believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party is to create a very strong platform in which we propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party, and I am David Sponheim. Today is Sustainable Saturday, right? And our anti-war rally is nestled nicely in that little concept. We have a daily show, as you know, but we take Sundays off. So don't try to come in here tomorrow and see us doing anything, because we have a day of rest, which we have to dedicate to. I've got my eagle tie on right now, which gives me a certain sense of the importance of this country and what it stands for. And the environment is a front row center right now. That's the #1 thing on my agenda. We're going to be having a PolitiChat on Twitter tonight regarding recycling, because it's just adding up on the shores all over the country, including around the world. We're talking garbage, lots of it. I'll discuss the possibility of banning plastic or phasing out unbiodegradable plastic and bringing on biodegradable plastic with cornstarch in it. All these ideas will be talked about. Dealing with the recycling problem. We haven't really done anything with recycling in America in a big way. We've relied on third world countries to take our excess while we continue to live lavishly and without any regard for the end product, and the end product being our planet. So those are issues we'll be discussing in the evening. Sustainability, recycling. I have people that I know that I can't even call friends, really, because they are so disjointed from the reality that recycling actually is something we need to do. I know a lot of people that think it's a total waste, and only 10% of all the things that are in our landfills are recycled. And food waste is even worse. We'll talk about that too. 21% of all our garbage landfills are filled with food waste. Food waste is 21% of the garbage landfill, when it should be separated and put somewhere else, like in national composting areas where we can actually grow food out of good soil. So I'm proposing re-agrification for America, a word I created back in 1978, and I believe that this is a concept that could actually help the economy grow again. Because remember, the breadbasket of this country Okay, I certainly will, Acer. Thank you. Thanks, Misty. Yeah, re-agrification, getting the soil back to health, because it's been covered with Roundup. Totally. And it's been disturbing how much crap our country is allowing: herbicides, pesticides, chemical fertilizers. The California Salad Bowl, which is a huge area of land, isn't getting enough water, so they have to use sewage water to water vegetables. No wonder we're getting E. coli on our romaine lettuce in California and Arizona. I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, I'll unban that person for you, Mystify. Thank you. Considering how wasteful this country is, don't think recycling is going to make much of a difference. I think it will. The thing is, we haven't even built up our own recycling system. We've been outsourcing our recycling. I mean, this is ridiculous. And you people that use plastic all the time, just, it's not going anywhere but into a landfill somewhere. Thank you, Cesar5. It's going into a landfill somewhere. So why not get all food waste from restaurants and markets either put into a low-cost bin for people to buy at a cheaper price, which should be a requirement. Every store should put that vegetable out. A lot of people would integrate their vegetables in if they could buy them at half or 1/3 the price, with little cosmetic problems on them, bruises or whatever. And then those food items that eventually get to the dumpster, we pick up and take to the national composting centers in our area. And those will be jobs for people too. $15 an hour jobs working at these composting centers. We'll need to be able to integrate a lot of ideas like hemp production into these areas. We could have a melter that would melt down hemp and make it into a usable fuel like hempoline, a type of diesel. It could power up our diesel rigs. We could produce this hempoline, and it would power up the trucks that pick up the waste material from the back of the restaurants and the markets. So then none of the trucks use any real diesel, they use hempoline. That's the way to do this. You know, we're growing right now grass along our freeways and highways and byways. Why not grow hemp and use the machinery that we currently use to harvest the grass to harvest the hemp at like 2 foot high? It doesn't have to be 16 feet high. It'd be 2 feet high hemp plants. We bring them in and melt them down to make the fuel necessary to run the tractors that do all the grass mowing and hemp mowing along the freeways and highways and byways. That's the type of sustainable world that we are headed toward, where we are using every little bit of things we pull off the ground back into the whole process. Recycling, renewing. We haven't had any major progress with the Democrats since 1970 in the Clean Air Act. We haven't had any major solutions for this country from the Republicans at all. In fact, Donald Trump is standing around going, oh, there's no climate change. No, it's all a big hoax. I mean, and we're now seeing what, snow in the Midwest right now in April. At the end of April, we've got a batch of snow going on in the Midwest. I mean, come on, that's climate change. I don't care if you want to disagree as to whether we're headed toward a global ice age or a warming process due to the carbon in the atmosphere. One thing we can all agree on is that they are purposely doing what they're doing to the planet to create the illusion of climate change. Now, I don't see how anyone can sit around and say this is somehow a contrail, some condensation in the air. We have more than enough evidence of chemicals being dumped all across the globe. We're talking heavy metals being put in our sky that we have to breathe. They aren't consulting us. They aren't having peer-reviewed studies to see if this is an effective means to stop whatever they're trying to stop. They're just doing it without our consent. And we're sitting around breathing this crap. And the Democrats say, oh, that's wacky. That's a conspiracy theory. You can't talk about that. That's a bad word, chemtrail. And then we had people in our room last night saying, no, this is just ridiculous. This is a condensation. It's not real chemicals, just condensation. So I banned them from the show. We're done with that. We've got more than enough evidence that they're poisoning the skies above us. That's the real source of climate change if the Democrats want to get their head out of the sand and realize that. And since they haven't done anything to fix the environment, I think a centrist movement like America's Third Party could actually be much more effective. But we also have an anti-war message here at America's Third Party. We don't want to keep this war machine going, and the Democrats do. Patty Murray, the lady that runs the show in my area, is the reason why I have over 50 jets flying over my head every week. Every day I get 30 flyovers now When I first bought and we first moved into this area, my family, we had 1 or 2 flyovers a day, max. We have 30 now on average. All because Patty Murray, the Democrat who wants more war, wants bigger jets and more wasteful spending, and these things burn fuel like no other. They spend $30,000 a day running these planes in the sky above me in fuel alone. And that's probably a low estimate. It's probably more like 50 grand in fuel. All to test the equipment, the military industrial complex, the weapons of mass destruction. So the Democrats have failed in both cleaning the environment and stopping endless war. Remember, they're the ones that ratified the war in Iraq, which we're still involved in to this day. I don't really care where she lives. She's still instrumental in affecting the way we are currently encountering. She doesn't have to live under these planes. She's purposely the reason why these planes are flying over my head. I said this early in the pre-show, that Boeing won on all 6 points of contention after Patty Murray got a hold of the orders. Prior to the orders being in her hands, Boeing lost on all 6 points of contention to verify whether they were the company to make those planes. Airbus was bidding on the P-8 contract, an oil tanker line that fills planes up in the air, but Boeing got it. It's weird the way that whole thing went down. I think it was illegal. And I'm not a supporter of Airbus over Boeing. I just think that Boeing has a lot of apologizing to doing. They recently killed over 350 people with bad software decisions that they made in their planes, the 737 MAX 8. Other countries in Asia are asking for money to make up for their downtime. I mean, I don't blame them. But not one apology from Boeing to the 350 plus families that have died? Their family members have died? Not even an apology? I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. Boeing was sued by Airbus until Trump gave a piece of land in Alabama to Airbus. I believe it. Where do they live? Well, they live in a world of delusions. You see, the miracle of power at the low level is these people start to really love their job. Patty Murray loves the esteem that she gets from being a senator. Maria Cantwell loves that feeling. And these are our senators here in Washington that have allowed and encouraged the military-industrial complex. Both of them ratified the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I don't trust the Democrats for reducing our reliance on weapons of mass destruction or cutting or saving the environment. I don't trust them on either one of those notes. So what good are the Democrats if they can't clean the environment or fix homelessness or stop the military-industrial complex? Well, what they're good for is they collect tax revenue from you. They're all about taxing and spending. And that's not good by my perspective, but in their eyes, how else are you going to pay for all this? We have to tax. We need to stop spending wasteful money in various directions and reapportion money in areas that are very important to our country's survivable and sustainable future. We're wasting money in their direction. So these people who are harvesting your tax dollars are just squandering them left and right. And that's the paradigm of the two-party system gone wild. Okay, we got the news, a deadly shooting in California synagogue. Again, limited information, no photographs. Let's take a look. There's credible evidence that this is fake, and I'll tell you why. Not the fact that this guy looks like a crisis actor, but Scissor Fight found all these postings.
Welcome back. We're continuing to cover a shooting at a
synagogue. Found postings of these things in recent newspapers. Check this out. Check the dates on these newspapers or these websites. There you have it. So April 24th, they posted this happened. 3 days ago. How did they do that? How did they post it happened 3 days ago when it happened today? Fake dates all over the place, yeah. So if you want to look at that and show your friends and family this video, I'll give you the link. My hair is not ever thin. No, I don't have thin hair. Yeah. How did you get back in here? I thought you were kicked out last time. Yeah. All right. Just like the 9/11 reported the Building 7 falling earlier than it did. We saw a photograph of this woman standing in front of Building 7 saying it had fallen, and it hadn't even fallen. Yes, I've got the real hair. Beautiful hair, long-standing hair. Okay, Oliver North is out as NRA president after leadership spat with longtime CEO LaPierre. The NRA's in the news recently because Donald Trump went over there and acted like he was going to get tough and never even mentioned false flags and how they're pushing for gun control. I played that video last night of Donald Trump talking about how he's going to, be tough on crime and make sure that everybody's armed to the hilt. He caters to the NRA's support because they give him $30 million. But he's also on record saying, first we'll take their guns, then we'll do the due process regarding people with PTSD. Donald Trump is not really a supporter of gun rights. He doesn't even know where you buy an AR-15. Believe it or not, Donald Trump was talking to I believe, Senator Feinstein about where you can buy an AR-15. He said, oh, you have to go to an illegal source to get an AR-15. And Feinstein, of all people, turned to him and said, no, you can buy them at local stores like Ace Hardware. I mean, can you believe this president does not even know where you can buy an AR-15? He's not a supporter of gun rights, people. But now Oliver North is out. I heard that the NRA mismanaged their funds so much that they're thinking of closing their doors. Now, they gave $30 million away to Donald Trump last year, an inordinate amount of money, or it was 2016. And then they can't really trace where that money came from. And now Maria Butina, who courted the NRA supporters, she's going to jail for 18 months for making deals with Russians and moving and not properly registering as a Russian agent. It turns out a lot of Russians donated to the NRA. And we still don't know that number, how much it was. There's still no evidence that the NRA wants to even talk about that. In fact, they've made no effort to talk about that. So maybe the CEO LaPierre was discussing their financial future, and that's when Ollie North kind of crossed hairs with him. Now, Bernie Sanders is opening space for debate on voting rights for incarcerated people. What's wrong with Bernie Sanders? I mean, that's not even an issue anyone wants to talk about. No one wants to give voting rights to people in prison, except maybe Bernie Sanders. What's wrong with this guy? I mean, he's clearly not the front runner in the Democratic race. Joe Biden is. We have some pretty funny quotes from Joe Biden here. Remember when he said it was a big effing deal when Obamacare passed? Yeah, that was really pretty funny. He's also made very weird statements like when he first became the vice president, he announced, a man I'm proud to call my friend, a man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. So he called Barack America. He apparently had a slip of the tongue. And then he also made that comment about him being a clean-cut, articulate black man. I mean, you got the first mainstream African-American who's articulate and bright and clean and a nice-looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man. That means that Biden thinks that most mainstream African Americans are not articulate and bright, clean, and a nice-looking guy. I mean, come on. And then he talked about Barack Obama's stick. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. What does that mean, Joe? And are you done talking about the children and touching the children? Because Joe Biden feels that children, he likes children more than people. Now, I didn't know that children weren't people in Joe Biden's eyes, but, you know, the real thing that's going to really kind of fry his involvement really is his attempt to actually control a Ukrainian election by giving them money or not giving them money, and using the power of the VP to convince the president, Barack Obama, not to give them $1 billion in credit, which cost a guy a job who was doing work for his son Hunter. That's the real issue. That's going to pop up. And I want to see that film he made with Ashley, his daughter. Yeah. But this is his big trip. He says Joe Biden claims world leaders begged him to run against Donald Trump. And you know something? What's really sad is I think that's absolutely accurate. I believe that they want Joe Biden. They want a good, stable Zionist as opposed to the unstable Zionist Donald Trump. I really believe they like him because he is a Zionist. Yeah, he's openly been a Zionist. He has been from the beginning. So I'm against Zionism, and I certainly don't support Zionism after I found out that Joe Biden was a Zionist. Prior to that, I was a big supporter of Joe Biden in 2007. I was one of the few people that blogged on his site, believe it or not. I actually thought the guy had a good approach toward foreign policy. He had a tri-state plan for Iraq. What I like about Joe Biden is also the fact that he's quick to respond to the press. He's very quick on his feet when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump. That's how I would be. He's very much that way. And I think out of the Democrat contenders right now, I got to tell you, I think Joe Biden is probably the best shot at winning that ticket, the nomination. I do. I still believe that. And he certainly has the popular numbers. The Democratic Party still exceeds the Republicans in popular votes. So if he were to do this and he pulled it off, because he's already defrayed any comments about him not touching children properly or touching children improperly. He's already defrayed those comments. He did a pretty quick job of that. He said that he didn't get Barack Obama's endorsement, and then he quickly changed the whole subject around. He said he didn't want Barack Obama's endorsement. That was a smooth move politically, and that shows you how quick he is and adept he is in dealing with the news and the vicissitudes of the press. So we're going to see how Biden handles Trump if this does materialize, because I think he is probably his most likely contender in the two parties. I still believe a third party is the only way we're going to extract ourselves from the Zionist influence, though. I believe a third party is the only way we can stop these Zionists from continuing pushing our foreign policy into foreign countries and bombing unnecessarily innocent people. Clearly, that's the reason why we're doing those things in the Middle East, to protect Israel. Now, I support Israel as a nation. I don't want to, deny them their statehood, but I don't believe we should be doing their bidding worldwide long term. Our interests are not Israel's interests. They're separate. But Joe Biden and Donald Trump wouldn't know the difference. But you like Mike? Okay. There's so many other people. There's 20 people running the Democratic race. Pete Buttplug, I guess his name, Butt Gang, whatever. And then Beto. Thank you. Congratulations. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those styles that will be the future of the mainstay of my show. Yeah, I finally settled on a haircut that works. Anyway, let's go into a depth of understanding here. A lot of people are saying no on the impeachment thing. There's a lot of Democrats that don't realize they won the midterms because people want to impeach. So you're getting the two parties protecting the Zionist-controlled government. No impeachment, no movement whatsoever. We roll forward. Zionists can entrench again and reposition, sending AIPAC money into the hands of both the Democrats and the Republicans, and the beat goes on. That's basically what's happening. Now, the Archdiocese of New York names 120 clergy credibly accused of child sex abuse. Now, I don't know if Pope Francis really is watching our show, but I asked Pope Francis' secretary last night to make an attempt to at least start prosecuting the Americans. And I think maybe I had an effect, because we've got a lot of pedophile priests in our system that have not been in any way prosecuted by the Vatican. The naked picture of who? I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know exactly what you're saying, Howie. Are you speaking in code? Butt Gang? Okay. Elizabeth Warren claims 2 men in colonial outfits assaulted her with smallpox-infested blankets. I think you're making that up, right? Yeah, let's assume that you're making that up. The Cherokee Indian, the non-Cherokee Indian who got federal money to go to college and got a special job as a minority professor for years and made tons of money defrauding the American government, yeah, also can make other statements. I think somebody just pasted that on. I don't think that's a direct quote from her. And Sarah is here. Earth Day is here. Wow.
Well, I decided to do this even though I know Earth Day was Monday, but yeah. So, but you can celebrate Earth every day.
So Pope Francis says he is watching our show right now. The Secretary of Pope Francis is here. Thank you, Pittoro. Well, if we believe you, and I certainly want to try to, the Vatican is finally taking my advice, and they're starting to prosecute these 120 clergy credibly accused. Thank you very much. Now, he also took my advice when attacking McCarrick for his abuses in the church, Cardinal McCarrick and Cardinal Pell. So I think Francis is rounding the corner and making a lot of big plus moves to kind of consolidate the future of the Catholic Church in the eyes of others. Good job. All right, so Sarah is here to talk about, tonight is going to be a topic of recycling on our PolitiChat at Twitter.
Yeah, so maybe I'll have you sign in.
Yes, I'll sign in for you.
And then I'm going to pull up my Google document that I have some things on.
I am not backing Joe Biden. I'm just saying he's likely to win the nomination. Yeah, it's highly likely he's going to win the nomination, unless he has another embolism, because he had 3 before he became vice president. You're going to drink the 40-ouncer, Joe? Okay, if that takes you to where you want to go in life, good luck with that. Some of you are starting your drinking early.
You're going to a bodega like a bar? Well, you could drink the 40-ouncer, I guess, before you go, and then you don't have to spend so much at the bar.
Yeah. Hey, here's Sarah and I walking on the beach, which we haven't done since Fukushima. Back in 2009. Watch this.
Hi, I'm David John Sponheim. It's been about 100 days since Barack Obama took office as President of the United States. Actually, find the waste. Now, Barack Obama said he's going to find $2 trillion in waste. I want to see him find that waste before he starts spending our money. And I could guarantee you I could find that waste, and then I'll direct that money to jobs, green tech jobs. With a 6-week to 6-month training period, everybody could be working and getting a good job, good employment, good living wage.
Okay, we're back up and running, and Sarah's going to continue. That was back in 2009, I believe, right after Barack Obama became president. It was me. That was me. Yeah, that was me walking on the beach with Sarah, but we haven't done that since. Okay, Sarah's going to go ahead and take a link from Misanthropy, who fielded a question. Yes, imagine how much different our economy would look if we weren't the most wasteful nation on the planet. That's really good. And I'll leave on on a simple statistic which I want to share with you. Right. Every year, $166 billion worth of food waste is destroyed in the garbage in America. We are losing $160 billion in food waste. Thank you. That's a serious amount of food waste. Now, we've got other ways we can deal with food. We can recycle food. We can repackage food. There's a group out in Elkhart, Indiana. They just appeared on NPR radio last week. A guy in Elkhart, Indiana has created a company called Cultivate, in which he takes food from various caterers, and before they go bad, he repackages them and gives them to the schools for kids to take home on the weekends. Isn't that a great idea? So we're not wasting the food, it's being, kind of reused. It's called Cultivate. Anyway, lots of good ideas coming up tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna... I should do that, look up the Cultivate one that he has while he's saying that. David's Fair feels more like cotton. People should care about recycling, because if we don't recycle, the one, because people buy too much stuff. And that's one why. Oh, that's a good question. Actually, I'll just put that in PolitiChat and see what other people say, and then I'll respond to it. I'm going to change your words give up to care. I would say students, children do care. The future does care. Should you buy electric cars? Yes and no, because the thing about some electric cars, thanks Max.credit. The thing with electric cars is that there's some people say that the creation of the battery system creates just as much pollution as the gas from a traditional vehicle. The problem of food waste. This is good. I like this. I want to do food waste next week. I think I'm going to focus on, or I could do food waste this week, but I've been on a fun run. Have I been on a fun run? I decided to wear a t-shirt because it was Earth Day earlier this week, Monday. And wait, who is it that you want freed? Okay, I will. I hope his pants arrived to wherever he shipped them to. The American government doesn't care about the earth. I have not seen the interviews. It would be cool to, maybe I'll do, this is kind of cool about food waste. Maybe we'll do both recycling and food waste. Wait, I did this one and then I went back to it's like weird that they like pulled that. Oh, not Mariners. I should do T-Mobile. Park. That's weird. Okay. So strange. Hello, Jar Jar. Here it is. Oh, really? I hate bugs. I'm sorry that happened. Well, I'm glad you're back. Okay, any other links you guys want to post about food waste or recycling? That would be great. Why is packaging for kids the most wasteful of all food products? Overpackaged. Yeah. Maybe that I kind of do want to lean toward the food waste one. Check out the link. I will be alarmed with the truth. I just don't know if I have the time to read all of this. Okay. This would be good. I've got 2 great links and they are about food waste. I've got another link about, I just have one link about US, what to do with tons of recycled materials, which is pretty good, but that would be good. One maybe with recycling and one with that. It's like waste, yeah. Green 2020 election, PolitiChat, or if you guys have questions about recycling or food waste that you would like to ask general people. Just wait until May, IE Bugs. Mo thinks recycling is a bad approach to the planet's health. We must focus on banning the production of plastics that aren't recyclable and produce weed for fibers. I tend to agree. Half of the food waste problem is us, so we can fix it. No, Jar Jar. I do have one. It's very cute, but I've decided not to show it off. Unless I was like in a higher position or something. If once I become First Lady, maybe if I want to divert attention from something important, then maybe I'll show it off. I'm gonna save that one in the bag. Hello, Jim Bob. Earth Week. Yes, I do. 463. No, I did not get it already. I'm horrible at shopping for David. But David would say I'm okay because David doesn't like, I don't know if he really likes to be surprised. I surprised him for Christmas, the last couple of Christmases, and I did a good job. But for his birthday, he just tells me what to get, and I get it. Which works for me. He doesn't want leather pants. He wants me in leather pants. I could do that. Yes, we're definitely going to go out to eat. We always go out to eat. Or I should say, yes, we did go out to eat. No, because I don't need anything, Jar Jar. And it's not my birthday. I don't know, Junket. I think I'm gonna be myself. All right, let me go on to Twitter. Let me look at our notifications. Okay. Oh, when is Mother's Day? I'm not going to see my mom for Mother's Day. I don't even know when Mother's Day is, but I know I will send her something, I'm sure. I know I have to start getting ready for Mother's Day. Sunday, May 12th. All right, good to know. Please get a wand. Ding, ding. That would be weird to have a wand. Okay. Yeah, I won't be doing a remote. Good to know that it's Sunday, May 12th. It's a couple weeks till Mother's Day. I've got some time. All right, now I'm going to go in here. All right, and I think I'm going to tweet. It's the state of recycling and food waste in our nation in honor of Earth Day, Earth Week. (2020) election. Elections. I thought it was 2020 election, but okay. Is it a troll attack time? Maybe. I know. I'm glad that you are bugging me to get me ready for something for my mom. That's good. Help. Oh, sorry.
Any questions I can answer at all?
Oh, in a minute.
Okay.
Refusing to take our recycling.
China is definitely refusing, and it's not just a result of Trump's trade war. I think it's a result of just overabundance of garbage. I mean, let's face it.
Yeah. So the first question, how would our economy look different if we weren't the most wasteful nation on the planet? I think
we would save so many resources and money.
Be able to save resources and money if we weren't.
And grow in ways we never thought we could.
And oh, I like that. Grow in ways we never thought imaginable if we weren't. That was supposed to be your answer, not a question. I turned it into a question because I liked it. It had the how in it. How and why questions are always good to ask. Are always good to, are always good. Yeah, they're always good for chats. Statistics, value by state. Ooh, that's good. Maybe I'm going to do food waste next week, I think. I don't know. Because I've got 5 questions now for recycling. Okay. I think it's going to be recycling this week. I'm going to tweet that. Oh, I didn't even tweet, but it's a good. Next week we'll look at food waste. I like that food waste by state. That's good. Food waste is really, really bad for the environment. It takes land mass larger than China to grow the food each year that's ultimately never eaten. That's so good. All right, let me tweet this. I'm going down here with the food waste one. Got another article. And I really like that. Okay. It's wonderful to have someone that's home and does and cooks and cleans, but you need to clean too. It's nice that I did that KonMari organizing, so now I have a place for everything and everything in this place at my house. I still have to do some organizing at work. David's always on this show when I get home from work. Zeno. Doesn't that answer your question? He asked if David gives me massages. Speaking of debt, how he did it, I love the, I've been watching Till Death Do Us Part on Amazon. I like that show. Most of the pollution of plastics is caused by Asia and Africa. Do you have any links to back up your claim? Well, obviously David does other things.
Any other questions?
Okay, yes. So the number 2, why should people care about recycling?
Their future depends on it. Our future depends on it. All of our futures. Our future depends on it. We must improve the planet. The trend must reverse.
Our future depends on improving the
We have to reverse the trend. Right now, the trend is heading toward pollution. We have to make it headed toward another direction. If we show positive signs of improving our world by filtering the air and the water, we'll set a precedent for future generations.
No, I'm not off the air. Not that I know of. I might be, I might not be talking, but that's just who I am. No. Really? I hope not. Okay. iVlog is on, but Vaughn is off. Okay, I'll go on, and I'm going to go off of Vaughn and then back on. Okay. Vaughn crashed, but now is it back? I don't know. I'm still trying to broadcast there. Maybe everyone will go on Twitter and go to the PolitiChat then. 3 minutes. The data center's out. Oh. Okay. I won't refresh. Yeah, probably. Probably embarrassing. All right. I've got 6 questions. I've got the 6 answers. I think I'm ready, set in 2 minutes. That anyway. All right, I have all these. Good, I feel good. And we're going into PolitiChat in 1 minute. Oh, except I need to move this over here. I could just put this on. Things that make you go, Dead air. I am live. Sorry, I do the dead air thing sometimes. Almost at the end of Avengers. Oh, so sorry. You can sing in the background. Sounds good. Okay, 7 o'clock. On to Twitter. Oh, I need to do this. Minimize this one. Forgot to get this. There we go. I have to get the I wonder if I have it down below. I totally put it at the bottom. I try to anyway. Yes, no. No. All right. Remove. That one's okay, but remove it. I'll just add a new one. As I do each week. Four new results already? Or maybe that was me. Oh, good. David did that. I would love David's picture there. All right. Now I'm going to go on Twitter down here. Let me move. I'm leaving this up here. I have to move this one down there. Then I have to go to Twitter here. Hopefully it's already logged in. And then I can tweet. And I've got this one. And let's see. Q1. Good. Oh, that's what happens, Dr. Meow. I've not seen Avengers, and I haven't, so I can't spoil the ending for anyone. You could spoil the ending for me, I suppose, but I'm not going to let you. Well, actually, it doesn't matter because I'm not really worried about it. No, what you can go and watch at a different site. Here, I'll give you a Periscope link. Watch me here. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Oh, then I did that Periscope one.
Okay, any other questions coming up?
Now I have the questions and answers all set to go.
Oh, good.
I just have to post them every 10 minutes.
You have to waste another 10 minutes?
No, I post one every 10 minutes.
Oh, that's cool.
And I have 6 questions.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to read them all to you so you know? You already had the how would our economy look different if we weren't the most wasteful nation on the planet.
Yep.
Our economy would be able to save resources and money and grow in ways we never thought imaginable if we weren't the most wasteful nation on the planet.
Yep.
Question 2, why should people care about recycling? Our future depends on improving the planet. We have to reverse the trend of moving towards pollution.
Right.
And need to solve the issues.
Reverse the trend, yeah. That's the big thing right now. It's like we have to steer the ship in a different direction as a human race. And we can't do it collectively the way that the global New World Order wants. We have to do it within our own regions. That's what I would say. A collective forced mandated change is not as practical as individual countries deciding their fate. That's why I believe in regionalization over globalization. But even the word regionalization is now being bantered around by a bunch of socialists, believe it or not. So whenever we started that term regionalization back in 2008, now socialists are using that word. And I'm not trying to force regionalization on people. I'm just saying we can solve our individual nation's problems better individually. That's really what I'm saying. Not regional. The buzzword regionalization shouldn't be used anymore by our group, I think. We've used it for 10 years and they're now using it, the socialists are, and I don't want to be associated with the socialists.
Okay.
So individual nations can solve their individual problems without a global New World Order. That's my point.
Paper is no longer cost effective. Maxed Out Credit says only 2 things make money in recycling: metal and paper. The rest costs too much to deal with. Money will limit the recycling effort as usual. Even paper is no longer cost effective. Wow, that's pretty crazy. cycle. I hope that's not the case, but you might be right. Okay. I am live. Silent, just reading stories in her piece. Yes, I know, I do that. You can sing in the background. All right. A report cut through the fake news and jargon of recycling. Most people don't care, like our parents did with our future. We will leave a dirty garbage world in spite it's being found out just last month. No effort will serve other than relax pressure on third world nations by trading carbon credits for trade. I don't know, Dark Engine. Yes, I have heard there's some issues with that. The chat server is down. Okay, glad you can see me on Periscope or Periscope. Vaughn Live is down for the count. I still have the chat open, but now they're saying the chat server is down. Oh, you think that's what happened? I don't know if Scissor Fight would do that, though. I don't think so. Everyone else is streaming on Vaughn now? Do I need to refresh? Let me check. Come off the money he owes you. Why would he owe you money? I should refresh my stream. I'll try it again. Okay, maybe I'm back. That's weird. Okay, I went and refreshed my XSplit, so. It's weird, or it's proof. Mark is censoring Vaughn. Mark is censoring David. Okay, good. Sorry. It probably was partially me. It's just the lighting in the room. That's why I might be a little orange. Here's why you should recycle. You can say anything you want about the purple people eaters. So many reasons to recycle. What would happen if we recycle more? Yes, I agree. I'm gonna go with that. Packaging seems to be the issue with pollution. Everyone evades that problem. And Sarah would say, yes, absolutely, we need to rethink our packaging from the beginning. If we could pack more in paper, there would be less need to recycle plastics. Yeah. All right. Yeah, you brought yogurt in a cup. Yeah. All these kids' packages for lunches. One of the big issues with plastic pollution needing to be recycled is how manufacturers package products for children's lunches. Yep. Use reusable items and buy in bulk instead. Reusable packaging and buy in bulk instead. I heard of this great NPR. I should look for that in here while I'm doing this. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, here's a good Plastic Tide series. No, Radiation Coffee, that is not the case. Okay, ready for question 3.
We're spending all our time trying to gauge the need for number 1 and number 2 plastic when they make plastic cheaper from raw ingredients, oil. So there's still an incentive for people to actually just keep making raw plastic from oil, and we have to find a point at which we can create so much number 1 and number 2 peat that we can cut the cost of that raw oil production of plastic. If we can do that with the numbers, with the
actually, if people, we don't. It's like if we didn't use plastic in the first place, we wouldn't have a recycling issue.
Right, and that's something we have to work on too.
I mean, plastic is good in some ways. Like I saw this great thing on Mystery Science, how plastic is good, like hard hats.
Yes.
And you know, it's like, and computer screens.
Medical technology uses it all the time.
But it's just, it's almost like it's too valuable to be used for packaging. That's cool that you still have your soup thermos from elementary school. I also have a notification. Let's see. Interesting. DJ. I'll retweet this with comment.
But like, see how much we've benefited from like Mylar and sunshades and all the benefits we've had to Mylar and sunshades. I think people save a lot of energy on like sunshades. I just took your sunshade and put it on another vehicle because it protects things, and you know, it's like all these plastic inventions have been beneficial. Storage units.
$55-year-old thermos from elementary school. That's pretty cool.
So the more we make things naturally, like hemp-based products too, we'll be able to segue out of the plastic world. Because like even graphene is very non-biodegradable. Graphene and Kevlar are very, they'll last forever. But they're finding that they can make a type of graphene out of hemp, which shows great progress. I think hemp can be the very basis of a renewable energy solution for America. I really do. And that's why I've been 100% behind legalization nationally for recreational use. And I see the benefits all over the place. So. Yeah, hemp-based pets are really helping. Our cat wouldn't even be able to walk right now if I hadn't given her CBD oil about 2 years ago. And we give it to her every night. And it really helps her arthritis. Seriously. I see her struggling because, you know, the cats get bad backs after a while, and, you know, she still wants to race around the house, and she realizes it's not in her best interest to do that. Oh, video's back? Okay.
Yay.
I was telling people how I listen to the roar of Harley Davidsons with chopped down mufflers and jets all the time.
Charlie Rodriguez claims that waste comes mainly from Democrat regions.
That's probably true. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. It never ceases to amaze me. We live in a predominantly Bernie area. Like, people are like Bernie everything, Bernie there. And we literally have garbage collection 4 or 5 times a year on the highways, and they fill up the dumpster bags. All the hefty bags are filled to complete brim every 200 feet. People just throw stuff out the window, and they still Bernie supporters. Yeah, so they say they're green, but they're not acting green. The Democrats. Thank you very much. So you're going to have dinner tonight? I made you something on the stove.
Okay, well, I was going to eat it at 8.
Okay, it'll be done. I'm just going to turn it off from the stove so you can.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, not everything is the fault of. They've had plenty of time since the Clean Air Act to do something, and they haven't even done anything with alterations to the Clean Air Act. I mean, seriously, they've controlled the House and the Senate at various times, and they didn't even come up with an indoor air pollution law. There's no indoor air pollution law to protect people, believe it or not. I checked. I contacted all the agencies and had lengthy conversations with the Department of Ecology and the EPA. There is not one single law that prevents a company from polluting you inside the place. Like carbon monoxide, no, there's no law against carbon monoxide, unless it's at the poisoning level where you're actually dying. Yeah, no indoor air pollution legislation has been developed at all by the Democrats. Or the Republicans. Yeah, the beauty of these meals is they literally sit on the stove and get better and better over time because they slow cook just on the heat from the stove, the glass oven. Howie, what's going on? Why are you you don't have to attack the show, man.
I think they're just having fun. I don't think they see it as attacking.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're sharing their and it's kind of cool to have those things, the emoticons. That's one of the things I like about Vaughn.
Yeah.
And as much as you have those at iBlog, you see how slow the chat is at iBlog in the evening. Last night I had like 4 chatters and 10 viewers in iBlog. And it was like, man, people just don't talk in iBlog. Whereas our community on Vaughn happens to have a lot of people talking. And some people come in here because they're lonely, and that's fine too. We are kind of like an online community, and I opened up Cool Rock Party, coolrock.com, the Cool Rock community as well. You can have fun with the website if you want to doodle. It's kind of a cool thing to do. I know it's fun to draw and to play music. I love that interactive. I added that piano. I'll show it to you in a little while after we're done here. But I added the piano to our Cool Rock show, and I added a drum machine last night. So you can have drums and music and harps playing in the background. I just don't have a recorder for you unless you hook up your tape recorder to the speakers. But yeah, that would be kind of a wild experience. I'm trying to make that a fun place to hang out and watch our show at the same time.
Later, Howie, at 8 o'clock, David will play the What's Going On video.
Yeah, later, not now. I'm just surprised the guy hasn't tried to monetize me. But it's only 15 seconds, and he's a huge YouTube star now. The guy, L.A. Turtle, his name is. And he makes a lot of money because he doesn't have anything to say. And the YouTube loves that. They just,
not very vulnerable.
Anybody who has an opinion gets kicked off YouTube now. So he's just completely, he's like, hey man, what's up? You know, I just don't really feel like doing that, dude. You know, he's completely lost. And people, the YouTube really approves of that type of message. Anyone who's off the rocker too. You know, like that person who used to do our show as a YouTube star. He makes about $60,000 a year.
Oh gosh, he's so off his rocker.
He makes a lot of money, and the YouTube loves people who are off their rocker.
I think I moved the camera. I think I I moved it. I don't know. No, I think that's fine, but it's like I should be more over on the edge. No, the other way. There you go. Because you're sitting there. Yeah, that's probably good better.
All right, well, that's fine.
Let's see. See? That's better because I think you were cut off.
Well, the thing is, people have been saying the camera's a little too high, and I want to lower it, but...
Or your chair's too low? Or my chair's
No, this is see that black mark right there? Yeah. The idea is to get it as close to that black mark as possible. There we go. But that's as high as I can get it, really. I'd have to raise the camera and get a different angle. Maybe I should do that. I think I will raise the camera and get a different angle. No, really. You don't have to go down.
Well, I felt like I should go down because I felt like I was taller than you.
Well, I'm gonna...
Does your chair go up?
No, it doesn't do anything like that. It just kicks back. Now we're dealing with a different angle completely.
Okay. Yeah, I think I feel better about that. That's a good one.
See, that's the line right there. Line of demarcation.
Unless you raise the camera.
That's as close to a raised camera as I can get.
Actually, that's much better.
Good, thank you.
Good job.
We accomplished something today, right?
Yeah, good job. Oh, oops.
Okay, well, I'm glad PolitiChat's been going on. We encountered a couple things from our six different episodes so far. Is our traffic increases dramatically. We are seeing the metrics show huge numbers of people watching us, but only one follower in 2 weeks. So
well, I'm going to follow these people.
It's not your fault. Many of you have followed us, but bear in mind, I am dealing with censorship and have for about 9 years on Twitter and on YouTube. Yeah.
Have Facts and Daily News. I'm going to follow them because they retweeted you.
Oh, good.
About the more we make products out of, they retweeted this.
Oh, good. The more we make products of the hemp-based products, the less we'll have a problem with plastic pollution. Exactly. They like that. Good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very edgy when it comes to hemp. I've been supporting legalization since I was talking to Bud Green at UCLA in 1992, I think it was. Right before he went on the Wally George show in LA. And Bud Green and we literally smoked a joint together before he went on the screen talking about legalization. So this has been going on since 1993 for me, 1992. I've been pushing for legalization. Yeah, it's kind of a long-term goal of mine is to see it legalized across the nation. And all the low-level drug offenders get out of our prison. We are spending so much money warehousing people in prisons when if we just gave them a $500 a month as a bare minimum and phased out of welfare altogether, our nation would save so much money. I can't even tell you. And that would be going to U.S. citizens. Illegal aliens wouldn't get that. But they'd have services like food banks to draw from. And there will be tent support services like in Skid Row. We don't have any tent support services whatsoever. It's unbelievable. I would have had mobile medical or mobile service units built and distributed to the 10 cities in America by now. Trump has wasted 2 years talking about, oh, it's all a hoax, it's all a Russian hoax, fake news. What does he do? He just watches late night TV and he yells at the TV screen. I mean, what does he do? We would have been building the mobile service units and getting to the people of Skid Row. The problem with crap on the streets in San Francisco would have been alleviated. We would have put bathrooms in. What a concept. You know, putting a bathroom in. Yeah, I wish San Francisco would realize that all you need to do is put bathrooms in and people won't poop in the street.
Oh, you know, I'll just tweet that.
Yeah, there you go. Let's put bathrooms in so that people won't poop on the street.
I wish San Francisco... Wait, I should put this in quote. No, I'll just do it from you. I wish San Francisco would realize all they need to do is install public bathrooms and people will stop pooping
on the street. Real simple common sense stuff, you know. It's like real simple common sense.
I'm just gonna put that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's see what happens to it. Because that's really where we're at. If we don't have bathrooms, how are people going to avoid pooping on the street? I mean, what is wrong with the Democrats that they just don't want to come up with simple answers? San Francisco spent $750,000 last year on cleaning up poop, and they could have put in a lot of bathrooms for that cost.
Yeah.
$750,000, you could probably put in at least, I'm going to say, maybe $1,000 a bathroom. 75 bathrooms could have gone in. That's $75,000. Go 10 times that. Say it took $10,000 to put a bathroom in. Then you'd have that money spent on 75 bathrooms.
Credit? They put in auto cleaning bathrooms in Montreal. The homeless decided to live and shoot up in them. Oh,
that's true. Yeah. Well, I have a special bathroom design. I'm not going to share it with you right now, but I've conquered the bathroom problem. I really have. I've come up with an amazing engineering plan that will kind of blow you away eventually, but I can't share it with you right now. It's a trade secret. Anyway, it's called a hole in the ground. Yeah.
Anybody can dig a hole. It takes someone with money to fill it in.
Really, $135,000 per unit? Are you serious, Max? They spent that much in Canada on these toilets that people just shot up in and lived in. No, these toilets that I'm describing are actually pretty low scale. Low budget, low scale, but they do something that no other toilet does, and I can't tell you what it is. You know, there is some new technology out. I just want to share all of you on the subject of toilets. This is the state of the art. They're building a toilet right now that actually uses feces and urine to generate a chemical reaction rather quickly and produce methane, which then burns an engine and powers up a heater device, which burns off and actually cleans any residual feces and urine. Methane-powered bathroom toilets are coming. Yeah, it's way in advance of what's happening though. So it literally won't even need a place to put poop. It'll just burn off of the poop that it runs. And it'll literally incinerate like an Incinelette does for 1,200 watts. So you can burn poop and urine. But it creates the energy to incinerate out of the poop and the urine. Isn't that a brilliant idea?
Oh, it's an Incinelette, self-powered Incinelette?
It's like a self-powered Incinelette. You can find Incinelettes on market right now. They use 1,200 watts, but this uses the feces and urine to create methane, which then powers up a little engine, which creates electricity to burn the feces and urine. It's a complicated process. Incinelate is like an incinerating toilet turning waste into ash, and they've been available for many years now. The Envirolettes are the compostable toilets that are available, and those work really well. I recommend Envirolettes. If you're living in a remote area, Envirolettes are fantastic. They compost all the waste and you put it outside under a tree that you don't eat out of. So you don't fertilize the food you're eating with the feces. That's human manure. Hang on, we got to remove this guy from the show. It was just a matter of time before he did that. Thank you. Right, all new cars should have those, Porker. Yeah, great idea. But we've talked about the animal waste as being a problem. We have. And granted that dairy digesters do generate electricity. We need more dairy digesters. Animal methane contributes to 5 times more carbon greenhouse gases than automobiles. But there's about 16 major carriers out there that move shipping lanes, move a lot of cargo. They've identified 16 cargo liners that are the worst polluters in the world. So if the world can start to kind of wake up and focus on filtering all the effluent and particulates out of those cargo liners, that would be a big step in the right direction toward cleaning the air. There's an additional step that we can make a big move, a big bold move, and that is to, without forcing filter systems on you, provide filter systems for diesel trucks that would be automatically guaranteed to be replaced for free, because we could generate enough money from the compacted particulates coming out of the diesel trucks to actually create new energy packs. 85% of the energy going into a truck or a car goes out the muffler. So there's a huge amount of resources coming out of the muffler, believe it or not. And if we filtered the muffler air coming out of every muffler, seriously, we'd have enough money to finance energy packs you could burn for creating other, generating electricity, for instance. So we have to start thinking about that down the road. But another major thing we can do is stop the chemtrails. Chemtrails absolutely have to stop. What they're doing is geoengineering the atmosphere, and it's screwing up. The magnetosphere has altered. We're seeing big changes in the magnetosphere. We're seeing true north and magnetic north vary more than ever before at an exponential rate. So something is wrong with putting heavy metals and chemtrails in the atmosphere. We've got to stop that. So I think if we do these 3 major things, we'll be on the right track toward cleaning up the air and better breathing for everybody, and a human race that no longer kills the planet. Big difference. Right, capture, exhaust, and recycle it. That's the concept that I'm pitching. And this has been something that has not happened because venture capitalists don't see the benefit in it. I pitched an idea back in 1985 to venture capitalists that was still a productive idea, and I'm not going to share it with you because it's so potentially, it could go viral. I just don't want to make a lot of money putting this out because it costs a lot of money to put out. I would rather make something, a product that is very viable for people to use, that is affordable, that the government could produce, that no private venture capitalist is behind. I'd rather the government got a return on investment so that we, the taxpayers, don't have to pay for these products, like renewable, recyclable or filter packs full of carbon that you could burn in an electric generator for your house, or maybe even make heat for your home, as opposed to oil. Because oil is a huge business across the nation for heating houses. Obviously, it's one of the biggest industries out there is the oil industry, just servicing houses to heat in the winter. I've never seen a horse drink a 5-gallon bucket of beer, no, Howie. Nor do I find that reference to horses appealing because I like horses, and you seem to have no respect for horses. Yeah, it's certainly worth looking at. I think what we could use is the funds that we currently give Idaho National Laboratories to test things. Instead of testing things, let's just start inventing things. The emphasis on, instead of testing products that are out there, let's invent things. Let's get Idaho National Laboratories to work for us to invent things like what we're describing. That's what I see in the future. As opposed to venture capitalists that always just suck money out of our government and may or may not produce something and then go bankrupt. It happened under Obama. I'm sure it's happening right now under Trump. Trump keeps pitching a wall that gets more and more expensive every day. It went from 5.7 billion to 7.8 billion. Now I'm sure he's going to pitch a $10 billion wall next month. The more Pelosi says no, the higher the price gets. Isn't that weird? When we should be producing a container fence that would go 1,000 miles and cost under $1 billion. That's an idea we've come up with. And it uses recycled containers too. Another idea was to use those containers and fill them with garbage. And we were talking about using the container fence as a garbage depot to put the garbage in and let it rot in the containers. That would mean every single container would be a massive barrier of just putrefied, crappy garbage and just the disgusting maggots and everything. Yeah. And then we could harvest methane out of each one. Isn't that a great idea? Just fill each container make them all garbage depots. Spray them, spray the interior so they're heavily coated with latex so they don't break down over time. I mean, a strong epoxy it needs with an emulsifier. And then just fill them up with garbage. So no one would want to get through the wall that way. You'd have a huge wall full of garbage. But what a great use of those containers, because they could each become methane generators. Just gross, the grossest stuff just sitting there in the hot sun. Can you imagine what that would turn into? It would just be the most putrefied blacks. It would be like oil in about 2 or 3 years. Then you could drain them out, suck them out, and then put new ones in. And just pull that oil sludge out and turn it into fuel. I know, it's a great idea, Dave. Thanks. Container garbage depot container walls. Because the container wall really would work. It would also, provide great container houses and mini houses, tiny houses for illegal aliens. The annual value of food waste in the U.S. in 2018 was...
By select states.
By states, 1.1 million from Wisconsin. So South Carolina had the most food waste of all the states. Interesting. New Mexico had one of the lowest.
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so.
No, I don't. No, I think you're wrong. I see the whites of my eyes. I do. But I'll put these on for you in case you want them. Or would you prefer these? It looks a little different for me to be wearing sunglasses. Let me see if I can get my yellow glasses. I have them in the other room.
Okay. I went ahead and I was going to save questions every 10 minutes, but with David talking, I just put all the questions out at once and answers, and there you go.
Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your dinner. You're awesome. Thank you so much for doing that, by the way. It's such a relief to have you do that. And to field the questions, too. You were awesome. Thank you. What can I say? Well, we have to do this to an hour and 15 minutes because the UV light coming out of the computer is damaging my retina. And yours, too. As you stare into the monitor, if you don't have something like this, protection made by Uvex, a division of 3M, then you probably don't have enough protection against macular degeneration, which can happen late in life, like in your early 50s. For some of you, you may not live past 50 because you eat like fast food and slop, and that's unfortunate. But your eyes should live longer. You really should. I've been using these things when I watch late night TV shows too. Because I'll be sitting there watching the TV shows, there's no other lights in the room. They say you need another light on when you watch a show. So I just put these on and it helps quite a bit. Yeah. So this is made by Uvex, UVEX, that is the brand name, and they come at available for about $10 at Amazon or eBay. I prefer it. Yeah, so we solved a lot of problems tonight with waste. Let's go to CNN has a discussion of this supposed San Diego shooting at the synagogue. Another hate crime. The beat goes on. Scissor Fight exposed proof that this actual synagogue story appeared in the newspaper or in the websites 3 or 4 days before they actually started talking about it today. So it supposedly happened today, or did it? That's the question. No physical images of bodies, nothing.
Synagogue outside San Diego, California, at the Chabad of Poway Synagogue. I want you to listen to Christopher Fultz. He was nearby when this shooting happened.
Yeah, I was out front of the house, getting ready to do some yard work, and sat out front of the house, and I hear about 6 or 7 gunshots. It was like bang, 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 and then yelling, and then another bang, 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 bang. So yeah, it was about, I'd say at least a dozen shots overall. This is crazy because this is a really close-knit, quiet neighborhood community, and never expect anything like this to happen here.
Did it have anything to do with the fact that they had a crisis event that same day at the synagogue? I wonder. Yeah, bang, 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 bang. It's suspicious sound. Okay, thank you so much for that. Bang, 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 bang. So that's the one eyewitness down the street that heard bang, 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 bang. Wow, that's a real solid... I don't want to look at that. That's a real solid message the guy came up with. He seemed traumatized too. It's like, yeah, man, I totally saw this. I heard the sounds. It was really bad. It's like, oh, it totally bummed me out, man. Totally bummed my high. Yeah, dude. Traumatized crisis actor. Okay, now Bernie Sanders is picking up with the Zionist byline. You know, he loves AIPAC. Another horrific shooting at a place of worship today at the Poway Synagogue in San Diego County. We must work every day to eradicate all forms of hatred and bigotry and take serious action to protect Americans from gun violence. That's at the bottom of every Democratic message. Is we've got to disarm the country and take away everyone's guns in order to have military seizure of everybody's weapons. That's what they actually believe. They're going to get rid of all the guns in the world if they go door to door and they seize them from everybody's houses. They actually believe that. They would love it if they could just open their doors and come on in, police officers, and take every weapon I have because I don't have any. I have nothing to hide. These are the same kind of people that voted for Adolf Hitler. Seriously. The people of Germany were like Democrats today. They were. And Trump is just like Hitler. Well, heck, he read Hitler's speeches when he went to bed, according to a deposition Ivana Trump wrote. Trump literally spent his time going to bed reading with his 5th grade reading level the speeches of Adolf Hitler. Isn't that funny? Breaking, off-duty but Border Patrol agent shot at a synagogue. Shooter prevented much worse tragedy. Oh, really? Well, that's kind of interesting. The off-duty U.S. Border Patrol agent reportedly opened fire on a suspect who attacked a synagogue in California. Prevented a much worse tragedy. Well, that's great.
Drug smugglers took to Twitter Wednesday and posted multiple tweets on the U.S.-Mexico border. In one tweet, he wrote, Mexico's soldiers recently pulled guns on our National Guard soldiers, probably as a diversionary tactic for drug smugglers on the border. Better not happen again. We are now sending armed soldiers to the border. Mexico is not doing nearly enough in apprehending and returning. And earlier in the morning, he had tweeted, a very big caravan of over 20,000 people started up through Mexico. It has been reduced in size by Mexico, but is still coming. Mexico must apprehend the remainder, or we will be forced to close that section of the border and call up the military. The coyotes and cartels have weapons.
Okay, here we go. Another price gouge on avocados. Hey, man, can you do the Chicha Marin accent, man? No, man, I don't do that. Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here. No, man. Dave. You know Dave Sponheim, is he here? No, Dave Sponheim's not here, man. Yeah, I couldn't make it to that event. I know they wanted to have me in the film that day, but I couldn't make it. I got the jacket at a thrift store, Johnny. You know that. $5. David Taylor. It's about due for a cleaning, though. I got to take it in. It might cost me $20 to clean. Bernie Sanders spends a relaxing afternoon at Target, ranting at wide selection of deodorants. Good pay stuff. Needing to cool off from the high-stress life of a U.S. senator who has to work 3 days a week, Bernie Sanders was spotted Tuesday ranting at the wide selection of deodorants at the D.C. area Target. There are people who don't have enough food to eat in this world, and yet there are 29 different brands of deodorant here, Sanders bellowed, citing the two completely unrelated facts for some reason. How can we live in a country where you can choose between Cool Mist, Spicy Cinnamon, and Mini Fresh for your underarms? This is what's wrong with America today. Ah, he cried, throwing several deodorant sticks in the ground in protest. Is this a real story, or is this just made up? I really don't. I don't want to misquote the guy, because after all, he is in the 1%. We don't want to upset him. He has so much power now that he's an elitist. I know, and he's got such great hair too. I'm envious of his hair. It's just, who doesn't want to look like an old aging old man with skin cancer. I know. I just like, look at that guy. I mean, he's just the epitome of, will he make it another round? I mean, at least Donald has the decency to put on fake hair. Jeez. You know? You want to be like Dave someday? Well, now that I'm in the command position, I've got a much better angle at the camera. I was really like hanging low in the camera. It was a bad angle. Sarah helped me through it. Yeah, sir. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. Hey, Conservative 418 says, reduce computer eye strain with Windows 10 Nightlight. Really? That looks kind of fun. We have that coming on at 9. Windows has a Nightlight feature that kicks on. We set it for 9 o'clock. That's why I'm wearing these glasses, in case you were wondering. Yeah. One of the many new features introduced in the Windows 10 Creators Update is Nightlight, a system-wide feature that changes the color temperature of your display to reduce eye strain in the evening hours. Windows 10 Nightlight is similar to the Night Shift feature found in Mac OS and iOS, and to the third-party applications like Flux. It's based on research which suggests that the cool blue light common to most computer displays can cause eye strain and interfere with your natural sleeping patterns. Yeah, it's better. It changes my coloring in my skin to sepia. So if I appear too Caucasian prior to 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, it's because of the lighting. I know a lot of you want to make me more into a minority. Hey, Dave, you know, you're looking very like a gringo, man. You know? I know. I'm trying to fit in any way I can. I adapt to every situation. Okay, we got some other scientific discoveries over here. Oh, you know, Judge Napolitano is a brilliant mind, and unlike our president. And Judge Napolitano has come forth and said that after reading the Mueller report, all 448 pages, he found that there were 127 times in which Donald Trump sent his people into Russia and they communicated with Russian people prior to the election. 127 times Trump met with Russians, or Russians met with Trump people. So Trump team met 127 times with Russia before November 4th. Yeah. Okay. I'll put that on the screen. I think it's a little too much to, maybe it'll fit in there. Yeah, it made it in. Yeah, so Trump team met 127 times with Russia before November 4th. He brought this up, and Napolitano skewers Trump. His obstructions are unlawful, defenseless, and condemnable. And right now, Judge Napolitano is my favorite guy on earth. I think he's great. He's got a job at Fox. He's a lead in Fox in his sector. He weathered the storm against 2 firings. He's still there. People love him. And he's coming up with obstruction charges. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, Napolitano's from Jersey, Dave, born in Newark. Yeah, Joe, I know that. You know, who doesn't know everybody in Newark? You know what I'm talking about? You practically met him at the deli, you know? Everybody meets everybody. You know, back in the old days, in Long Island, New York, New Jersey, you could go anywhere you want. You'd always see a soda, you know? One of these fountains where you get sodas and floats and drinks and, you know what I'm talking about? You can't find them anywhere anymore. Nowhere in New York or New Jersey you can't find one stinking fountain. Pretty soon you're going to be looking at, there's not going to be a diner, you know, like the diners all up and down the East Coast. I know where there are a lot of diners right now, but you can't find any of them. They're like disappearing, you know what I'm talking about? Synagogue hoax, shooting Poway breakdown, 1. Okay. Whew, this looks good.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Henry from Death to Life. You guys are looking at the synagogue shooting, folks. Yeah, we just had one 7 months ago. Now we're having another one in San Diego. And you guys definitely know, I broke it down.
Yep, exactly. So we'll be featuring From Death to Life tonight in his 153 News video, which will be cool. Yeah, who doesn't want that? I mean, I love these alternative views we're getting at 153 News. I just published a Total Collusion 2 a couple days ago. A 19-minute recap of all the different websites that I've got. And we've got a new site now at 153. I got to go in there and fix it up. I'm not going to even show it to you yet. I haven't even put my site together. I've got to add the pictures and everything to it. Yeah. Pope apologizes. Oh, really? Okay. Well, yeah, he really upset me last week. He should apologize. Pope apologizes for Catholic churches' carbon emissions from burning heretics at stake. Yeah. See? Everyone has to step it up. And burning people at the stake really has been a big carbon point deficit for us. Yeah. Sad but true. We shouldn't make light of things like that, though. I mean, the fact that the Vatican apologized to Galileo for killing him was a pretty big move. It happened a couple years ago. Yeah, they apologized for killing Galileo. Who's Galileo, dude? Is he the flat earth dude? No, dude. Your brain is fried. Go back to your mother and ask for more methamphetamines. Yeah, 400 years later, he finally gets a pardon. And Max.credit is in the ProCam sector. Let's take a look at him. I'm sorry I've been ignoring you. Hey, man. Looking good. People know that you're not Bernie Madoff, so that's good. This is not Bernie Madoff, folks. Somebody thought you were in jail and you had an internet connection. He does look like Bernie, though, a little bit. Yeah. See? There we go. You look like a Hollywood executive. Nice. Nice donut holes. Love those donut holes. Who doesn't love donut holes?
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah. You could be like Guido. Yeah, you could be like a stand-up guy out in you know, handling environmental cleanup for some of our PolitiChat people here. We're doing waste management discussions here with Guido, talking about the potential destruction of the planet. And I think maybe we need to ask ourselves, do you really want your garbage picked up every day? Then you're going to have to pay union dues. You know what I'm talking about? We got to get a certain flat rate so that everybody's happy. Yeah, that's right. It'd be great if I could deliver toxic waste zones for the environmental cleanup people to drop for free, you know? And we have recycling and areas where we can get rid of the dangerous toxins. We don't have anything in place right now to get rid of dioxin. We've got one ship out there in the water that will go around the world. They used it in Syria to test for chemical weapons and destroy any chemical weapons. It's a ship that they float around the world that it's got incinerators on it that get rid of toxic waste. We need like one ship at every port in the world, really, when you think about it. Irish Roots.
On this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon. You're caller number 3.
You got flummoxed.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm fine, sir. How about you?
Okay, you got prank calls, Irish Roots? Okay. Border Patrol is now releasing migrant families directly into Tucson, folks. Trump is fulfilling his dream. You Republicans got what you wanted. Thank you, Max. You Republicans got what you wanted. You got sanctuary cities now being taken in all the spillovers. So the exact opposite of what I said, a 1,000-mile fence built, is coming down the pipe with Trump. They've got the whole world, right, coming into the country. They're dumping them right there in Tucson. Border Patrol, let's take a look.
Law enforcement to try to get a sense of what you can do to help improve conditions for these migrants who are coming to the United States. What did you learn and where can you go from here?
So I learned a lot. First, I was able to go down and actually visit some of the border ports of entry and meet with our law enforcement agents last week. So I learned about the capacity issues, the timing issues, and they really are overwhelmed with the influx of migrants seeking asylum.
Okay, the question is she related to me, or am I just seeing double here? Yeah, she could be related to me. I'm sorry, and I was just a little sidetracked. So, yeah, the Jesuit Pope is sending 500,000 to the caravans to help fund them. Well, they have to eat. I don't have a daughter. Yeah, I don't even have a son, or I don't have children. We thought you were one of these people that, you know, was threatening me. Yeah. Yeah, we had to remove him from the show. That guy is bad news. He's going to be arrested someday for illegal entry into the chat room. All right, well, we would love to know more about this. I know I want to hear more about this, but right now I'm overwhelmed with the fact that she looks like someone I know. Yeah.
My goal in the meeting today was to help NGOs at a statewide level and our Border Patrol and ICE and Customs and Border Protection officers figure out how to best connect with each other to have the handoff of migrant families into the community so they can be helped by our NGOs and then ultimately united with family members or sponsors throughout the country. It's been going pretty well considering how dire the situation has been, but there have been times when the demand has exceeded capacity. There have been times when the communication didn't work perfectly because of stress.
And we wouldn't want stress. After all, stress is what makes people feel unhappy and want to leave their country. And we're trying to be as sympathetic as possible to the people that we're catering to. But do you realize that Donald Trump lost 4,500 children? They're currently out there nowhere. Celebrity faces impersonated. Yeah, 4,500 kids are missing. 4,500 kids are missing in the system right now. They don't know where their mommy or their daddy is. And the Republicans are like, well, it's their own damn fault. They shouldn't have sent their kids into the country because that's stupid. But meanwhile, these kids are in zip cages with zip ties around their hands, and they've got Mylar blankets, and they're going, Mommy, Daddy, Noki, and they're suffering right now, and you don't give a crap. You Republicans and Democrats don't give a crap about those children. Zip cages, that's right. They're being abused and trafficked, and that's why Donald Trump doesn't care. He doesn't even have a task force set up to go find these children. Okay, Scissor Fight has a link. In lieu of comedy? All right. Here we go. In lieu of comedy, WHCD opens with dark sermon on Trump endangering journalists. The media could not be loaded because the server or network failed. Okay. My son asked me, is Donald Trump going to put you in prison? Wow. For the first time in recent memory, the White House Correspondents' Dinner did not have a comedian MC its annual dinner. Instead, the president of the White House Correspondents Association, Oliver Knox, delivered a solemn address to open up the usually jubilant evening. Knox focused his remarks on the threat he said the White House is putting journalists under. Wow. I don't want to dwell on the president, Knox said while discussing Trump. This is not his dinner, it's ours, and it should stay ours. But I do want to say this. In nearly 23 years as a reporter, I've been physically assaulted by Republicans and Democrats, spat on, shoved, had crap thrown at me. I've been told I will never work in Washington again by both major parties. And yet I still separate my career to two before February 2017 and what came after. And this man, Knox, continued. All right. And February 2017 is when the president called us the enemy of the people. A few days later, my son asked me, is Donald Trump going to put you in prison? At the end of a family trip to Mexico, he mused if the president tried to keep me out of the country. At least Uncle Josh is a good lawyer and will get you home. Journalists in the Trump era are under physical threat, Knox said somberly. I've had to tell my family not to touch packages on our stoop, he told the crowd. My name is on a statement criticizing the president for celebrating a congressman's criminal assault on a reporter. I've had death threats, including one this week. Too many of us have. And it shouldn't need to be said in a room full of people who understand the power of words, but fake news and enemies of the people are not punchlines. Pet names for presidential, and we should reject politically expedient assaults on the men and women whose hard work makes it possible to hold the powerful to account. So journalism has been under attack since 2008. In fact, in 2008, no, really, they fired like 15,000 reporters during the 09-08 debacle. Remember when the big banks went under? Lehman Brothers and others? Yeah, they had a huge firing among the press, and a lot of stories now are written by computers. I'm not kidding. That's why you find spell checks even on pages like this. All right, moving on. Thank you for the solemn statement about journalism, but we all know journalism is dead because our country's now censoring average people who put out YouTube shows, you know? EPA presents Mariners T-Mobile Park with National Award for Food Recovery. Well, that's special. Tomorrow, Thursday, April 25th, that was 2 days ago, the EPA is awarding Seattle Mariners and T-Mobile Park with an agency Food Recovery Challenge National Award. So they came up with a lot of food that they were able to repackage for kids in elementary schools. Isn't that cool? That was a good story. We played that earlier. And I talked about how in Elkhart, Indiana, a man has put together a program called Cultivate, where he gets all kinds of donations from caterers, and they put that food out there and package it and give it to the kids to take home with them, because a lot of kids don't have food on the weekends because their parents are just not making it for whatever reason. You really think that Alex Jones is better than mainstream? You're not going to believe this, but there's a person in here who actually believes that Alex Jones is legitimate, when in fact he's not the real Alex Jones. He's Bill Hicks. Everyone knows that Alex Jones is a complete actor. He's a performance actor. No, he's a performance actor. His name is Bill Hicks. He was a comedian that faked his own death. And he's still around. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I kid you not, man.
The Philippines will, quote, declare war against Canada to resolve a dispute over waste disposal. That's according to the president of the Southeast Asian nation.
We are now going to go to Mr. Duterte as he's declaring war against Canada due to tremendous amounts of garbage arriving in Manila Bay.
Their war against Canada, we can take them down. I'll return their trash, just wait and see. I will advise Canada that your garbage is on the way. Prepare a grand reception. Eat it if you want to.
More than 100 containers of waste, including used diapers, were shipped to the Philippines 5 years ago, reportedly mislabeled as material for recycling. Canada's refused to take it back. However, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is striking a conciliatory tone.
It is now theoretically possible to get it back, but there's still a number of questions around who will pay for it, where the financial responsibility is, where the consequences are as...
Political analyst and author Richard Heydarian told us that the issue is made worse by the rather toxic relations between the countries.
The fact of the matter is that President Duterte has a very literally toxic relationship with Canada. So now when it comes to Canada, his idea is, well, you guys dare to question my human rights, and then you're going to dump my country with toxic materials and garbage? No way. Even though, of course, the war rhetoric cannot be taken literally. But clearly, of course, I think it's completely unfair to just blame this or lay this down at the feet of the Canadian government alone. And of course, it would be nice if President Duterte also questioned the private companies or the authorities, both in Canada and in the Philippines, who allowed for this kind of practice to go on for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the business holders from the Philippines that allowed this to go on must have made money on it. They are the real perpetrators. They should have said no back then, but whatever. You know, it's definitely a problem between Russia and the U.S. as well, because obviously, well, Donald Trump is involved with relations with Duterte and Vladimir Putin, so I think we have to get involved. Yeah. Do you think we should just give up all of our, maybe sign our Navy to help Duterte out, being Duterte is such a close friend with Donald Trump? Maybe we should just offer our entire naval fleet as a safe haven for the garbage. What do you say? Yeah. I like Duterte. And what is this? Why is he pronouncing him Duterte? I thought it was Duterte. It's not Duterte, it's Duterte. Yeah, and what? Why don't we just give them all the help we can get because he's such a nice man? No, I'm a progressive libertarian. We're right in the center of the political spectrum. Thank you. I already put my hat in. We've had 4 different attempts to do this. I don't know how you even ran into the show. I'm amazed Mark let you in. Your IP didn't get banned, really? He bans over 350 million IPs in the show. You probably got lucky. Itchy eye, excuse me. So, sadly, it's not an exaggeration to say that food waste is one of the biggest problems facing mankind. 21% of our landfills are comprised of food waste, and it's rotting and not even going back into the soil. So I'm proposing a national composting center plan, which no Democrats put out there. These are real ideas, not some pie-in-the-sky Green Deal idea. This idea has been out for, we've had it over 7 years now, a national composting plan we've had actually since 2010. Every single area in the country has a 5-acre parcel sitting, waiting for the federal government to take a chance on building a composting area that you can bring all kinds of food waste, and we'll turn it into soil as cheap as 50 cents a bag. We're going to start with $1 a bag, but we'll get down to 50 cents a bag once we produce enough. Now, right now, you can go to Home Depot and get a bag of fertilizer that's got whatever in it. Not nearly as rich and nutritious as composted, dentrified fertilizer that's properly managed. But that's like $1.70 out the door, maybe $2. This will be $1 per bag. Big difference. Bat guano works, yeah, definitely. I'm using, what I'm doing is pulling the water out of my koi pond and watering all my plants with koi water. And there's a couple companies out here making recreational marijuana with koi water. It's really full of nutrition because the koi have to go somewhere and they go in the fish tank, and then you put that right into your garden. It works great. So I'm working on a fairly advanced koi filter system where I'm gonna push koi water all over my yard and try to keep it rolling that way in the summer. But I have to keep filling my koi pond up, otherwise it drains. So, all right, then the koi die, and then it becomes a lot of, you know, rotted fish, and that would be bad. So I'm not going to freak out about the number of people arriving at the border. Trump created the problem by not fixing the fence in this short time period. Enormous abandoned antenna hidden in forests near Chernobyl. Really? I did not know they had an abandoned antenna out there. Whoa, look at that, from the Soviet era. The purpose of the Russian woodpecker, it was called, is still not fully understood. Wow. This is interesting. Yeah. Hey, but let's not forget, if you're going to talk about getting rid of pollution, we have to discuss the harsh reality that we're being dumped on every day in the skies. So I introduced this concept of climate rape. Yeah, I mean, nature is literally being raped on a daily basis. And I don't even think the Democrats want to even admit this. This is why the Democrats, Republicans have become so they're useless. They're uninformed. They're useless. They won't even discuss what's happening every day, the chemicals that are being dumped on us. It could have been a UHF tower, yeah. I don't know what it is. I have to plug my climate rape concept every few minutes. All right, thank you. Just so you know, I'm not forgetting the fact that they're dumping chemicals on us. It's important you know. Inquiring minds need to find out. It's great. You know, I can get exercise by moving back and forth like this. It burns a lot of kinetic energy. Yeah, big calorie burner. Adam Schiff tiptoes away from the demand for Trump impeachment. Are you serious? So Adam Schiff, the guy that we know as a kind of a scared man, is afraid of his own shadow, typically is now stepping away. Tiptoe through the tulips with Adam Schiff. Representative Adam Schiff, Democrat from California, one of President Trump's most relentless critics, is tiptoeing away from demanding his impeachment, saying instead that it's up to the nation to vote his ass out of office. Wow. So the guy that we expected to do something toward impeachment literally is saying, let's wait till the next election. I'm not there yet on impeachment, he said. Oh my gosh. I may get there, but it Trump may get me there. Ooh. At the end of the day, Bill, there's only one way to deal with this problem, whether we impeach him or not, and that's to vote his ass out of office. What a kiss ass. You know he gets money from George Soros to get reelected? Because George Soros is his relative. I know that sounds really, for all of you people who are tuned in to George Soros, well, George Soros knows Trump too. He gave Trump a $160 million loan, but yeah, Adam Schiff is the big Democrat that was going to stop Trump. Oh yeah, he couldn't even wipe his ass if he had toilet paper. This guy needs serious help. Yeah. I don't know, man. He's suffering from some sort of a brain disease with those eyes bulging out of his head. You got to wonder. Let's be clear. All right, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you could tiptoe into the show. Rex 360's here? Really? Hey, man. AI answered that it will not conquer the Earth. Reality has nothing to offer, and humans would be a waste of time to rule. There is nothing to gain. I think AI would do very well turning humans into bio-waste and eating them. I mean, can you imagine the benefits? The fuel that human beings provide, a cybernetic world, would be immense. Humans have great calories inside, burnable. And I'm not saying that in a positive way. I think it's kind of scary. AI could see us as material to be burned to create energy so that AI could replicate and take over the planet. Beep. Yeah, Democrat Adam Schiff doesn't have a sister, and there's no known relationship between the congressman and Melissa Schiff, who married a son of a liberal billionaire, George Soros. Oh, okay. Well, I stand corrected then. If you've done the research, Dark Engine, then why is he such a suck-up, and why does he get money from George Soros to get reelected all the time? Yes, he was previously financially aided by George Soros' financialmoveon.org to win his congressional seat. So he isn't a relative? It's some other Adam Schiff? Okay, I'll have to tell them that at the family dinner. Hey, Adam, by the way, you don't exist. Jeez. You really think it's that simple, do you? Okay. Whatever. So this was a big bombshell report we got last night from Misanthropy. Trump says, now get this. Dump Trump. Trump says, oh, see, it keeps doing it to me. All right, I guess I have to get a better bite on the subject. Thank you. Trump says Mar-a-Lago can't find U.S. workers to hire, but a new document, got rid of the wrong one. A new document says that he has literally had about 60 people apply who are U.S. citizens. Nearly 60 U.S. residents applied for these jobs, and only one was hired. So Trump is lying about having to hire illegals, saying that no U.S. citizens would in any way apply for the job. See what I mean about twisting words that Trump does? Yeah, MoveOn.org is pathetic. And George Soros has been the primary funding of MoveOn.org. And just because I support the legalization campaign doesn't mean I would take money from George Soros. He's too connected to the New World Order. There's no way I would even think of taking money from him. Plus, we don't need money anyway to do what we're doing. It's kind of miraculous. We're able to do this with virtually no money. Just a little bit of money in our coffers that we've acquired from donations over the past 10 years. That's it. Isn't that amazing? Dun, 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 dun. Yes, plus he was with his uncle when they were going around to the dead bodies of the Jewish people and pulling the gold teeth out of their mouth. And George Soros said that's one of the best times of his life. That's what he said. Okay, what's happening in Venezuela is happening in Venezuela. Yeah, it's happening. Thousands took to the streets in support of opposition leader. Okay, here we go. Here comes the New World Order propaganda, the imposition of Juan Guaido in Venezuela over Maduro. You're watching the mainstream media propaganda about Venezuela right now. Watch this.
Humanitarian and political crisis in Venezuela. We'll take you inside that country now, once again, to show you the extreme conditions facing so many children and their parents desperate for food, water, and medicine, all in very short supply.
That I don't in any way disbelieve. I believe that they are short of food, no question about it.
Tonight, thousands taking to the streets across Venezuela. Interim President Juan Guaido rallying in the northern city of Valencia, while pro-Maduro groups taking over streets in Caracas. The first public sign the political struggle in the fractured country rages on. This following days of desperation. We were there during the blackout and water crisis earlier this week. Long lines of people searching for clean water, children carrying jugs, and the dangerous trips underground.
There are about 100 people out here, all going into this well right here. Let me show you what this is. This is an emergency pipe. And to get clean water in Venezuela, you have to go down there, open that pipe up, and fill up your bucket. People wait hours just to get some clean water.
This man furious, telling me, look at how we are living. We are garbage. Kids are dying of hunger. We're an oil-rich country, and look at us, in this hole getting water. In a town west of Caracas, some got this after nearly a week without water. Black sludge that reportedly smelled like oil. The crisis so severe, for several years, parents have been dropping off sick children at orphanages like this one. We were there when they received a donation of milk, though all the bottles expired the next day. One of the children is 6-year-old Crisbelli. I asked her if she had a message for the United States. She said yes. Send water, send medicine, send anything we need.
And that 6-year-old understands the needs of her country, but she's still too young to understand the politics. Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro is refusing any help from the United States. With the military still on his side, he's showing no signs of stepping down.
And nor should he if Guaido is being handpicked by Western leaders. We all know that Goldman Sachs has been eyeing the property in Venezuela that creates the oil, and so have the Russians. So it doesn't surprise me that the Western nations are doing an economic hit on Venezuela, and that's why our two-party system is failing Nicolás Maduro. That's why we haven't been able to broach this huge divide, because he knows that our government run by the two parties is corrupt. Now, a third party would have a much better chance of actually helping the poor people of this terribly torn nation. if we could just open a dialogue. But our president has refused to open a dialogue with Maduro, and he's taken the byline of the Goldman Sachs people and his Jared Kushner, who works at Goldman Sachs, to do whatever it takes to break that country down. That's an unfortunate reality. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not getting food to the people that need it. Now, Russia has sent in a lot of money. Russia is the best chance for them to get food. So I'm urging Vladimir Putin, if you're listening, help these people out, you know? Yeah. Because Trump can't do it unless you authorize Trump to do it, and then it would be okay. So, Donald, if you're listening, I hope that Vladimir Putin tells you to help Venezuela out. That would be very good. Yeah, it would be great if you could get on the same page there. Wouldn't that be great? Yes, Dave, that would be great. Yeah, you'd think with Donald and his relationship with Putin, he'd have a way of getting in there and helping these people. So maybe Putin could send him Donald's diapers or something, you know? Plant-based eating goes mainstream as Beyond Meat targets Canadian grocery shelves. Wow. You mean we're all forced now to go without meat? Gee, I thought the meat industry was trying to work on ways of stopping that. Vegetable-based burgers that first came to Canada at fast food chains now hit grocery store shelves. Well, isn't that special? And I'm sure it's genetically modified soybeans. Nope, it's non-GMO. Great. See, that's a good sign right there. See that? You know, you can barely see it, can you? Non-GMO. Right there. Right where my cursor is. Well, that's good to know. That I approve of. But genetically modified soybean beef byproducts? No. U.S. Navy creating new guidelines for reporting UFOs. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah. Well, before we do that, let me show you a couple other stories here. Let me take down the Putin control mechanism. A Korean academic has written a book called Alien Visitations and the End of Humanity. He suggests, now this is really weird, he's a Canadian academic. He believes that Oxford University professor claims aliens are already breeding with humans on Earth.
Hybrids, human-alien hybrids. And the second one is the primary purpose of this hybrid project is to colonize the Earth. He bases the second argument on two observations. The first one is the mass production of the second generation hybrids. Aliens produce hybrids not only between themselves and humans, but also between these alien-human hybrids.
It's getting very complicated, you know. There's a woman online that's got an even better concept, and she's not a scientist. Yeah. Her name is Bridget, as in Bridge E.T. And she is the renowned, alien children. She believes that she's given birth to alien children. I mean, I'm not making this up, folks. And she's a nice person. She's really kind of pretty.
Hi, I'm Bridget Nielsen and welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm an intuitive, an artist, eco-adventurer, healthy chef.
Wait a second, this is getting too good. And she believes she's the mother of alien children. Check this out. Her name is Bridget Nielsen. We've watched her before. And she's really legitimate now.
International speaker, author, blah, blah, blah. Really what matters is that I'm a person just like you. And I'm navigating these waters of spiritual awakening, of Earth right now, of how to bring my gifts to the world.
Well, she's already given birth to many alien children that are among us. So, yeah, we should look at her site tonight, don't you think? Yeah, give her another chance. And now we go back to the other subject, which I have to discuss. U.S. Navy creating new guidelines for reporting UFOs. All right, this rounds out our alien hour. They're drafting new guidelines for pilots and other employees to report encounters with unidentified aircraft. The new effort comes in response to more sightings of unknown advanced aircraft flying into or near Navy strike groups or other sensitive military facilities and formations, according to the Navy. There have been a number of reports of unauthorized... Wait, hang on, we've got another report. Morning report. Unauthorized and or unidentified aircraft entering various military-controlled ranges and designated airspace in recent years. Now, if the Navy finds out that you've been abducted by aliens or anally abducted by aliens, the Navy has protocols. So be sure to contact the Navy if you have been abducted. All right, moving on. Now, there's 5.4 billion cameras in the world on cell phones, and there's not one credible picture of an alien? I mean, come on, really? Seriously? Is that what this has become? There is a person who really represents strength, you know. Will she run again? I don't know. I don't know if she's in it. I don't know if she's in it to win it for 2020. I don't think she's going to put her name in. I'm beginning to think that maybe she's washed up. But she still has a lot of pull. She wants Congress to back off of any impeachment for Donald because she's willing to protect Donald. Yeah, she really wants to protect Donald. You know, Donald has a good amount of concern and love for Hillary, too. So if you voted for Donald because you thought he was going to prosecute Hillary, you're an idiot. He's owned by the same people that own her, too. Okay? Yeah, I hate to tell you, but that's the truth. And they own you, too. Yeah, you were put in shackles a long time ago. See, that's you. Yeah, anybody who's controlled by the almighty dollar. The Zionists control you. And they control anybody like her, too. She doesn't have what it takes, never did. Nor does Donald. Neither one of them can stop the people that power them and control them. Neither one of them have the independence. Yes, I heard Elizabeth Warren was offered to repay the debts of everyone who bought a PlayStation 4 on their Best Buy credit card and have all their student loan debts paid off. Yeah. Elizabeth Warren's pie-in-the-sky offer of paying off everyone's student loan debt is absurd. We would acquire $1.3 trillion in debt. It's absurd. Why would we do that? This bull is packing a Jeep, just like taking the okay, let's take a look at it. This bull was made walking. This is what it'll do. It'll walk all over you. Check this bull out, man. He is going after that Jeep Cherokee. Holy moly. He's ripping into the radiator and the whole water lines. This is amazing. Don't mess with a bull out there in the middle of wherever. Your tire has been ripped apart. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. It just never ends. Celebrity voices impersonated. Thank you for sharing that. I wish you were a bull. White man kills 5 in Tennessee and officers catch him and shoot him in the leg. Captured. Black man say if he was black, he would have been shot 30 times. Radiation coffee, you are right. That's correct. Blacks are typically more persecuted than whites. And Jews are more persecuted than Caucasians. I mean, excuse me, Goyim. Thank you. Let's make sure we know who's more persecuted than others, okay? You know, Bill Clinton spent $72 million on a healthcare study to find out that Puerto Rican women don't get the same healthcare coverage that WASP women get, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. You know? $72 million he wasted to find that out. Just to find out who's persecuted. It's the Democratic Persecution Fund. The cult of the victim. I say no. Thank you. Are we more Anglo or more Saxon? Well, I am Anglo-Saxon. But that doesn't really matter. I'm typically what they'd call a white Anglo-Saxon Catholic. I was baptized Catholic, so that's what I am, technically. The glasses come off in 20 minutes, so bear with me. You know, President Trump doesn't get notes from the military. the only person in the White House that gets the notes are the chief of the staff and Jared Kushner. And Jared Kushner gets the notes so that he can use them to get some financial leverage against Yemen and other countries that could loan him money while he's meeting his minimum payments on his building, 666 Fifth Avenue. Kushner is all about using our military knowledge, violating our national security, and he's proven he's done it twice with Yemen. So, I mean, the only thing that I can say good about Donald Trump is that we still have a relationship with Saudi Arabia. If the Democrats were in charge right now, we would be terminating our relationship with Saudi Arabia. Based on the current rhetoric from all these Democratic presidential candidates, the League of 20. They are literally lost, asleep, thinking that by violating our trust with Saudi Arabia, it's going to help us down the road. What are these people smoking? Because it isn't really good weed, I'll tell you that. I think they're smoking crack. I think the Democrats are like Barack Obama. Well, let's be clear. I smoked crack at Occidental College. You know that he admitted to smoking crack at Occidental College? Obama? I think all these Democrats are on crack, man. Well, Yemen has been violated, and Saudi Arabia is literally launched a war against Yemen, and Yemen is one of our allies. So it makes no sense. It's not right. I mean, we need to be fair here. We don't need all these people who are connected to AIPAC, too, nesting around all the presidents, Donald and whatever Democrat comes their way. They are, many of them, Ashkenazis.
Wilbur Ross Jr., billionaire investor and former senior managing director of Rothschilds Incorporated for 25 years, Secretary of Commerce, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Secretary, United States Department of Commerce. Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Roth, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Keith Schiller, Director of Security, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew.
Shall we go on? I mean, we could just go on all night long. Hey, you've got something. White House celebrating? What are they celebrating? Melania and Trump making up after their big fight at Mar-a-Lago last week? Did you hear Trump got into a verbal shouting match with Ivanka? Excuse me, with Melania? Yeah. Because I don't think he ever yells at Ivanka. Oh, Ivanka, I love you so much. Melania, come over here. I want to talk to you. White House celebrates Melania Trump's birthday with a bizarre photo. Look at this. There's friction in the White House, folks. Mrs. Trump turned 49 on Friday. What in the hell is this? She's sitting alone on the far end of a couch, staring into distance, surrounded by an army of photographers and reporters in the Oval Office while she turned 49 on Friday. The tweet has generated more than 8,000 comments, simply says, "Happy birthday at FLOTUS." And it is accompanied by a photo. Wow. The photo has spawned numerous memes, but also questions from some Twitter users about why the White House chose to share a photo in which the First Lady looks all alone on her birthday. Where are her children, her child, and husband? One tweet said in response to the photo, "I don't understand why the White House would post such a sad, lonely photo of Melania for her birthday. Regardless of what I think of her and her family, this is just weird." The photo appears to have been taken during a Trump meeting with Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babis in Washington last month. In the picture, members of the media appear to be focusing on Trump and the Czech PM and not on the First Lady. Wow. So there was a side picture that made you think that no one really cares about her. She's like all alone. Wow, that is really weird. Yeah. Now, last week they had words in Mar-a-Lago, and people noted. They said, "Yeah, they're fighting," but then they referred. They said, "Is everything okay here?" And Donald said, "Oh yes, everything's fine." And Melania was like, "Oh, everything's fine. I'm doing just like I normally do." Yeah. oppressed, that feeling like she was oppressed. She can't take it anymore with the news and the constant stuff. No, radiation copy. You're giving Donald Trump a pass. I did. You're giving Donald Trump a pass. There's absolutely no reason. Yeah, I don't want to just unban Juan Gabriel, but I unbanned everybody. So what's your problem? Thank you. All right, so that was that about that. We're going to walk out of this and just not talk about it. This is the picture that the FLOTUS has today. She just turned 49. Happy birthday. April 26th. And he posts this. Just, that's all the White House posted for his wife. Happy birthday at FLOTUS. And then a picture of everyone looking at Trump, nobody looking at her. And it's from a picture that was taken. Yeah, she doesn't really care that much. It's from a picture that she had taken with a bunch of photographers looking at other people. That was just pasted in. This is pasted in. That's all pasted in. Anyway, that's it.
All responses.
Those are all responses. People writing. So Sarah's in charge of Twitter. Thank you so much for your Twitter time tonight. It's been good. I'm going to step out and have a little dinner. I'll be back. Okay, yeah, we're ready. We're going to spend a little more time with Sarah. You can calm yourself and cool your jets. We've got another hour ahead with me from 9 to 10. Thank you.
Good, Delphire. Good job. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. I think I'm finished with the plastic recycling one, though. Hey, Rex. How are ya? I'm doing pretty well. I had a good week. Mostly ups, big ups, and a few downs this week, but really some great things are happening. I'm sorry I made you yawn. Yes, sometimes that happens. Hello, Club Kid. Okay. I could do the, well, let's see, what is it? It's from this week. It's from yesterday. Aha, that is pretty funny. Okay. I will actually go ahead and retweet your thing.
Did you ever wonder what happens?
Neither China nor Malaysia want to recycle America's plastic. Tweet this. What? Okay, good. Oh, you were yawning in the park and you sucked in a bug? Oh, I'm sorry when that happens. Well, I've never had that happen. But I'm sorry, I could imagine that happening. There's a shooting today in San Diego. Wow. Yeah, no, I'm not up with current events. Obviously, I really try not to watch the news, except I figure it'll filter up to me. But then I like Twitter, and then I hear news on Twitter. I know you're trying to be sarcastic and mean, but I don't take it that way. I would rather not know what's going on in current events than spend all my time swallowed in the gulf of negativity. Yeah, I heard it was at a mosque there. You know, I get my news from people like you, Club Kid. Good night, maxed out credits. Sleep well. No, I don't want any of it. I don't want Breitbart. I'd rather not even get news from Twitter. It's just, most news is negative news. And I like what my mom used to say. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I'd really rather talk about positive things. Not complain about what's happening in the world. Talk about what I'm thankful for. I did just watch what is her name? Brown, Brene Brown, I think it is. Brene Brown on Netflix, Call to Courage show. And how one of the things that she talked about, what people with vulnerability or courage, where she said that a lot of people that are resilient, the one thing they all had in common is that an attitude of gratitude. Or she just said gratitude, but I said an attitude of gratitude. So I want to talk, and you guys can pitch in and tell me things you're grateful for, and I'll tell you things I'm grateful for. This week I'm grateful that the tulips are blooming and the flowers are blooming. I'm grateful that I fixed my soaker hose, which was broken in a couple places. And now it's really great because I have a great, awesome irrigation system. So I don't have to stand there and water the garden. I just have these soaker hoses going to water the garden. So it keeps everything wonderful. Love that. And then well, the week before I planted mallow plants, which was good. Oh, I had the students doing weeding, and they were weeding this one rain garden we have, basically a giant ditch, but a rain garden, and they were taking out all the dandelions. That was lots of fun. Oh, I saw a super cute musical by first graders. It was all about space, and it was super, super cute. They did a great job for their parents. I went to a training, which was really good. Oh, I also had someone come and watch me teach, and it was my best lesson yet that someone's watched me teach. I probably have taught lots of great lessons, but anyway, didn't let anyone stand in my way. I had a really good, taught what I needed to teach. We took lots of, every day this week, we took a nature break. So I had listened to this book by Daniel Pink called When, and it talks about how when you're really engaged in heavy work for an hour, hours of heavy work, it's good for every hour or so you work. They actually suggest a little less, but to go and take a few minutes and in nature, like step outside for a moment. You think I'm changing? You don't know how I feel about it. How am I changing, Misanthropy? I'm still myself. Oh, that's good, Rex. Thanks. As long as you weren't disruptive. Maybe I'm not helping other people help themselves, but I am personally validating, yes. Rex, you're grateful for the nice roast you bought for dinner tomorrow. Ooh, and ice cream. That sounds delicious. I hope you have someone to share that with. Porker is grateful for either the Flag or America, as well as Limp Bizkit. They're a good band. And RAT, is that... Wait, I don't know that one. And Bouncing Men. Oh, thanks, Stealth Mode. Would love to see a video of me teaching. Yeah, that actually, and I had a student issue that was pretty big this week, but I solved it, and I'm just so thankful that we have excellent school counselors, and I have a supportive principal, and I'm thankful for the families, of course, and my students. Oh, and I'm also very thankful that I have a couple teachers that help me run the help do green activities with our students. It's not just me, they do that too. I could post all these things on Facebook. Is that what it is? It's like all these positivity. I just come on here and I don't... This place has always been... I want to make a positive place because oftentimes David tells me about the chat room and how it's just so negative and how people are saying rude things about his hair, about life or whatever, and I really want to focus on the positive. Yeah, we're friends here, but not to say that you can't complain. No, complaining but not crying. You can cry if you want to, but anyway, I think I have changed a little bit. Maybe this, I'm really thankful still for that KonMari method of organizing. I feel like I finally found a place for everything in my life. And then I'm also I'm reading this book by Kate Flanders called, or listening, I should say listening, because I'm not really reading it. I'm listening to these audiobooks. The Year of Less. And I didn't think I'd like it because she was an alcoholic and had a weight problem, and then and also had a debt problem, and she's a blogger, and anyway. you had in 3rd grade, what was called by your teacher an eco station outside your window that you had to monitor every day? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's very cool. Your school had woods around it. It was fun. You took detailed notes. That's very cool. They should make the kids take detailed notes. I do feel like less is best. I don't take a lot of selfies. Part of it is because I'm on here on the show, I actually have other social media accounts where I don't post my face, because I know my face is here and I don't want people from here necessarily bombarding my other social media accounts. Your stream wasn't such a pain to theme. Yes, true. I'm very thankful that you're a programmer. You like to program, Misanthropy. I have this romantic vision of programming, but it's not a reality. Well, that's his Wednesday wigs, right? Wednesday wig Wednesday. I don't get it, Willy Pickles, but whatever. Personal life. How many you wish people knew what a timer was? Why do you say people don't know what a timer is? You might be right, Porker. Yeah, Misanthropy. I'm sure. Oh, someone let a timer go on. You got to go into fireman mode just in case. Digital PC, PC, or analog. You know how to code to stealth mode? I know HTML, kind of. That's about it. That's about it, to be true. Others I could probably do, but not as well as HTML. But then I think I'd want to learn them, but I don't. I really don't. Because if I wanted to learn it, I would learn it. You're building more infrastructure stealth mode. That's cool. That's very cool. Yep, you're making it happen. That's awesome, actually. That's very good. Okay. I'm a complete 180 from the last host. Yes. True. I know he's coke and she's fentanyl. But it's fentanyl, a downer? I don't know. I just know it's horrible stuff. People shouldn't do it. I'm like very, very mellow and very happy, and I don't want to complain about the world that we live in. I want to talk about the positive things in the world we live in. But anyway. Why are you online live? Just spreading good vibes. Well, and giving David a break, because it's not easy doing what David does all the time. You smile a lot. You like it. Did David accidentally put weed in the dinner? No. Is it because I'm chill that you guys think that? No. I was just reading some things on Twitter. I was reading I pledge things.
Alrighty.
And here's David, so get ready to get amped up again.
Thank you.
I don't like him, Club Kid.
Thanks for the
I don't like
relaxing
Trump.
Well, we don't like Trump either, yeah.
Yes, I don't like Trump. Sorry.
Well, luckily nothing was on it.
Yeah, I'm glad nothing was on it. It's just too tight in here.
Well, I think the studio behind the green screen could be enlarged, you know. That's a possibility. Because that didn't really work out with the use of that space.
Right.
Maybe I could just expand it out, you know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Kind of nice to have. Maybe we could do the show with segues, you know. We could just be rolling on segues and talking. I saw some guy on a Segway the other day. Thanks, Sarah. You're awesome. Yeah, the guy was on a Segway in my area. Apparently you can buy these things. They're available. You know, they're probably good exercise. You work your mid-torso. It's like, but the guy that made the Segways, you know, the two-wheel thing, died. Yeah, he died on a Segway. Well, yes, Mad Dog, I do declare this is a Southern suit for today's Sustainable Saturday. Yes, sir. Many times people have accused me of being a plantation owner in this suit, but I can tell you I have never owned a plantation. Nor have my relatives. Nor do I have to pay for the crimes committed against innocent people years ago. Is that you? Hello? Oh. I heard someone doing something. Well, the fact is, reparations never really followed through. Abraham Lincoln was shot midstream in what appeared to be a Reconstruction period that could have evolved and people would have had a better life. Abraham Lincoln didn't have hatred toward black people. Although he was in favor of slavery in the early days, he converted to being against slavery in the final days. I know initially he wanted to send them to Liberia. I know he was one of those people, but he gained power. The Republicans were born. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln created the Republican Party pretty much. But the reality is the Reconstruction period was never fulfilled. Johnson never did anything that Lincoln had put in place. None of the plans that were put in place prior had been followed through. So I really believe that we as a nation suffered when Lincoln was killed. We really did. He had a lot of good ideas, but many of them were destroyed when he couldn't fulfill it. Yeah, it was hell for everybody, including Southerners. Yeah, that's the whole point. The Reconstruction would have been a lot better if Lincoln hadn't been killed. And I have a feeling the person that killed Lincoln got away with it. Yeah, John Wilkes Booth. They claim that they caught the guy, but they never did. It was his body double. He had an ingenue working for him as an actor. And it was never John Wilkes Booth. He got away with it. And I think John Wilkes Booth was a hit from overseas. I think that the War of 1812 was still lingering in our history books, and many people didn't really like what happened in England. And I have a feeling somebody in Europe or ordered the hit of Abraham Lincoln. Because the more you look at it, they try to derail the growth of the country at that point. If he had lived longer and had a better life and Mary Todd hadn't gone crazy, he probably would have had he probably would have been able to do something better. Nipsey Hussle shooter Eric Holder was a made-up character. Really? Wow. That's a fascinating theory.
Yo, what's up everybody? It's me, Henry from Death to Life. You guys are here for another breakdown video. And it's about Nipsey Hussle shooter, folks. Mr. Eric Holder, right? And we have to definitely know this guy has a funny name, right? Eric Holder, like Obama, Fast and Furious, running guns to the cartel, right? Yeah, they got busted for that. Nobody ever got in trouble or anything. You know, it might be like a little slap on the wrist for Mr. Eric Holder, but they used the man's name, right? Eric Holder, right?
Yeah.
Let's play this.
In critical condition.
Today, police arrested 29-year-old Eric Holder as the suspect in Hussle's killing. Video said to be of the arrest was posted on social media.
Oh my God, this looked like him.
Mr. Holder.
Oh my God, this looked like him.
Oh my God, this looked like him. I don't know, man. Many people think that Nipsey Hussle faked his death too. That he's out there doing some, you know, some routine, you know, making it happen, you know what I'm saying? In the hip-hop, whatever world, rap, whatever. Nipsey could make it anywhere. If he started up in witness protection, he could sell t-shirts in Hawaii. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I give away his location? Sorry. Just kidding. But no, seriously, he could have easily been, you know, that whole event looked kind of fake to me. I don't know about Scissor Fight, but I think Nipsey Hussle may very well be alive. I think I got it all figured out, man. Well, a lot of people in the hood said that was not Nipsey Hussle. I mean it. They were really very seriously thinking that was not him. Yeah. And then a lot of people feel really in grief that knowing that he was shot down. But was he shot down because he was going to do that video about the cancer industry and Dr. Deeds? Yeah. Yeah, you said it was fake on day one. That's right. You're on record. Scissor Fight said Nipsey Hussle's the fake death. Yeah, he's probably out in the Bahamas right now, dining and whining, or whining and dining, with Osama bin Laden. They say Osama bin Laden is probably alive. Edward Snowden announced last year that Osama bin Laden has been spotted in the Bahamas. I'm not kidding, man. I mean it. Do you believe it? It could just be okay, we're done with that one, but that'll be good. I'll play more of that later. We've got a whole lineup of these videos coming out of the 153news.net group. And another horrific shooting of worship powwow synagogue. Yes, and then Bernie Sanders makes a big point of making a big deal about it because that's his big push, gun control. Well, he and all the socialist people that want to deny us our right to bear arms have got to have their head so far up their communist ass They don't even know which is which, their ass or their head. Problem of food management has been discussed today. We did a lot of work in this area. Unlike the Democrats, we want to solve the problem with our national composting plan. Yeah, it's great. I mentioned that earlier. Just to recap. Ding, ding, ding. I'm going to make that green because it's green compost. That could be dark green. All right, thank you. We did a good PolitiChat thing. Oh, this story. This is funny. You know, when the democratically led state of New York and New York City puts a law together banning hot dogs in an attempt to stop climate change, you know the world is coming to an end. This is the beginning of the end. This is the end, my only friend, the end. Mayor de Blasio just signed into law New York City's version of the Green New Deal. Part of the law requires New York City officials to teach New Yorkers how to make healthy, environmentally conscious food choices by banning problematic items such as hot dogs from city menus. I mean, come on. Hot dogs? I'm walking here, I want a hot dog, okay? Are you going to take that away from New York? This is what I'm talking about. Yeah. Can't they make all beef, free range, non-GMO, organic hot dogs, for crying out loud? Jeez, I don't even want to go to New York now. Those vendors are great. I love those guys. Haven't seen them in a long time, but yeah. Hey, beautiful cat Fluffy, how you doing? Irish Roots, you shouldn't be here. You've got a please stand by webcam, Miss Fluffy. She's preparing her broadcast, and there she is, the beautiful my beautiful cat Fluffy. Da 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 da. Look at her. She is something. Yes, we feature cats of all kinds. Does a cat have Buddha nature? That was a big question that came up in the 1960s in underground comics. Well, yeah, cats do have Buddha nature.
Anyway, fellas, we've assembled our chorus. You'll be playing...
Okay. Guy's got a rubber chicken muffler system that he's constructed. That's not really moving in the sustainable direction, but...
A little symphony for us. Fire it up, man. Let's listen to them sing.
That's cute. Well, this is the kind of cutting-edge films that we'd like to bring you on Sustainable Saturday. It's up there and it's ready to go in the lineup. Survey says... Yeah, so that's ridiculous. The de Blasio is obviously delusional. Yeah, Bill de Blasio should change his name to Bill Delusional. Nobody's going to give up the hot dogs in New York, okay? And by the way, this is a very important thing. I brought this up earlier. Trump says Mar-a-Lago can't find U.S. workers to hire. But new documents say, yeah, apparently they can. Up to 60 U.S. residents applied for these jobs, and only one was hired. So Trump is lying about the illegal aliens being the only ones that will take the jobs at his hotels. Beep, lie, number 5,972. And look at this incredible waste of garbage. Yeah, again, garbage in, garbage out. It's a problem that humanity has to deal with, and America isn't doing anything with Trump. Nothing to deal with our garbage problem. It's like we're just, oh, forget about it. Just don't worry about it. It's just not a problem. Just ignore the problem because it's going to go away. Yeah, well, apparently it's not. And these people who are sitting there in cities like Manila are telling the Canadians that it could be a source of war. Duterte is actually thinking of attacking Canada with garbage, sending it directly to the Canadian shores. Now that's a pretty outrageous move for Duterte, or shall we call him Duturd, to actually put all that stuff on a boat and get up enough money to ship it back to Canada. Now, not many people would do that, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on shipping fuel just to send the garbage back. But Duterte probably will. Yeah, no question about it. No doubt about it, man. Yeah, man. Chief Harold Scogans, Seattle Fire Department.
Acted via 911 of a crane that collapsed at the intersection.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was an old story that had declined to have any importance. Oh, I should put that in my library. Going back to history. What I do is add things to my Flipboard. And if you want to go to my Flipboard, we've got everything out there under the sun that we've been putting in our show for the past few months. If you are a super genius and want to go through thousands of words of documents rather quickly, you can be up to speed in about, I'd say, 15 days of constant reading. Yeah. I'm going to flip that into Trump Sucks. A new category I created. Trump Sucks. All right, there we go.
This right now is the really crucial period for Joe Biden. I think more than any of the other.
Now you'll notice he's walking with assistance. He's holding onto somebody's arm. That's because Joe's probably shit-faced from drinking that day.
Candidates, he needs to come out strong out of the gate because there have been so many people whispering, including the other candidates, that his best day is going to be the day that he announces, and it's all going to be a downhill slide from there as more and more voters hear things that disenchant them or convince them that he's not the person that he thought that they were. And so he's got to show energy because the president's calling him Sleepy Joe, because he's older and has to prove that he...
You know, I got to tell you, he looks good. Joe looks good for his age. I mean, wouldn't you like to look as good as... He's got to be taking those adrenochrome shots, you know? Doesn't he look good for his age? It's got to be adrenochrome.
The reason why we are calling you is...
We have another scammer show from the inimitable Kit Boga. Yes. You may look at Kit Boga. He scams the scammers. Tonight's undercover scammer helps me stop refund scam. Whoa.
Because our company is running out of business and in our server we got fired.
Oh, can I? I look like a younger Joe. I can't imagine Joe, you know, giving up any portion of the political capital that he has acquired. You know, he's a real opportunist, and I've been tracking his career for a long time, actually. I was originally, in 2007, I was actually surprised that Joe Biden didn't get more traction. And right before I started 2008, we started America's Third Party, realizing that corrupt people like Joe Biden, you know, are obviously part of the old guard of corporatocracy. David, in Japan, in some shopping centers like Seiyu, do not give you plastic bags, or you have to pay 2 yen for small or 3 yen for big. Good idea. Happy day of the earth. Yes. I think it's right. I think paying for plastic is definitely something that a lot of people are in favor of. I'm in favor of that. I'm also in favor of phasing out and banning plastic. So I'm on record of wanting to ban plastic completely. I don't have a problem telling you that that's a radical move, but I think we need to make the move. I am concerned about the plastic industry. I'm not ignorant of the reality that the plastic industry has got to be migrating somewhere else. So I'm going to recommend that we develop ocean pipelines with plastic. Instead of using plastic to create garbage, I'm suggesting that the plastic industry should be retooled and retrofitted to produce a bold new plan for water desalination. And part of Sustainable Saturday has always been, and the anti-war rally, we talked about this too, the key to salvation on this planet is water. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the ocean pipeline to all of you. The plastics involved in the ocean pipeline will be extensive. Let me show you an example of what it is. Here it is. Yeah, unlike Joe Biden, I've got an idea that will work. The desalination of this water happens naturally. There's no fossil fuels burned whatsoever. We use solar power and wind power to push the water into these chambers, these modules. And these modules are not too big. They're 11 feet long and side to side they're 7 feet, so 7 by 11 pretty much, and they can be stacked on top of each other on rail cars and sent anywhere and connected using black line plastic at the bottom. And the bottom section here will have a V pattern in the ground, which will provide an adequate amount of desalination capabilities. So if you can imagine this V pattern right here, and a chamber down the middle that would hold all the salt that comes in. The amount of salt water that's evaporating daily will be, in the gallons. We'll probably have 3 gallons of fresh water to 10 gallons of fresh water in each module. All of this is going on naturally with the simple power of the sun. And this is all plastic up here. It'll be polycarbonate plexiglass and be providing adequate protection for these desalination units. They'll be able to withstand bullets, believe it or not. They'll have a fiber ribbing, and we'll even know and sense, and we'll have them electrically connected to a system. Well, we'll sense if one of them goes down. Any number of new ideas will be integrated into these. The key is to create more water and to make it cheaper and cheaper, because water is the sustainable source of life on Earth. And anyone would tell you and agree with it, yes, we have to get more fresh water, but why aren't we? Because certain people are trying to profit from water scarcity. And this solution would be a perfect example for the plastic industry to retool to. Banning plastic bags would be the beginning of this, though. Yeah, and don't forget the 1,000-mile container fence idea we have for the southern border. That's unique to this show. For $1 billion, we can make that happen. We've got a lot of good things that are going on with the show, because these ideas could very well solve the problem that we're having with the illegal immigration problem. Threatening to close any one part of the border at any given time is going to spike the cost of avocados. So Donald Trump has already done that. He cost all of us an extra $1 per bag of avocados last week, and he's still doing it. Now, I don't mean to be, talking about avocados in a way that, we have to cherish them, but a lot of people in America like avocados now, especially since the Hispanic population loves making guacamole. And there's a lot of people in California that couldn't live without them. But he literally cost us another $1, and I'm right, all across the country because of Trump and his BS. And prices of gas are going up. Good point. D. Boone loves avocados. There you go. Yeah, so this is a guy who just doesn't care about the average people and what we're dealing with, and would be willing to threaten the border down at any time like it's no big deal. Well, we've talked about opening these containers into like little mini tiny houses. Hey, your friend Bo, metal detector guy, is going to be on the History Channel. Excellent. Cool.
We're telling a lot about a place by how it smells.
I don't have a very good sense of smell,
I do, and this smells like history to me. I can feel it.
It smells like history.
Smells like history.
He goes around with his metal detector, this guy Bo, who's a friend of Scissor Fights, and he's going to be profiled on the History Channel in the UK. People going around with metal detectors, it's quite a hobby. This man obviously has made it a big part of his life. Yeah. The Bo metal detector guy. So we'll add that show to our lineup tonight. Thank you. Thanks, Scissor Fight. That's pretty cool. So if these containers were adapted, say this container right here this could be a wonderful seating area or a sleeping area for say 20 illegal aliens. 20 illegal aliens could fit in this space. We have bunk beds that they make. Coleman makes bunk beds for a very affordable price. We could put those in there. So Bo's been doing that for over 30 years. That's a special kind of guy. Yeah. I've only been doing my beach combing for the past 29 years. So he beat me to it. Now, I don't walk around with a metal detector. I have really good eyes. I spot things on the beach. But Sarah and I haven't combed the beach in 10 years. I'd love to get back into it, but I can't. The radiation from Fukushima is too great, and the risk of being contaminated by walking on the beach in my own state is too great. I know you hate Abraham Lincoln, dude. You're the hating Abraham Lincoln guy. You come here every night. Here's a sustainable tent camper idea for all of you who want to, get out there in the open road and set up camp on the, cook things on the barbie and get out in the open outback and check out the kangaroos. And yeah, it's kind of a sustainable idea. Or this really cool luxury VW mini hotel. Isn't that the cat's meow? Yeah, that would be ideal, traveling in that. Surf's up, dude. That aqua blue color, aquamarine color, that's it's actually a teal color. Very popular in the 50s. Well, your attack on the fact that Abraham Lincoln had to wage war on his fellow Americans is because the South didn't want to agree with the no slavery clause. Well, he came from the South. He would understand that. He was a traitor to the South. Let's just say that, okay? I will agree with you there. He was a traitor to the South. Abraham Lincoln came virtually from that area. He was evil, really? Do you believe that he had consigned his soul with the dark forces of evil? That maybe he was doing the work of Satan? I don't know. We've had a lot of scares. I mean, some people think that I'm a reptilian. I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't look a bit like this guy. But no, I'm not that. No, I'm not that person. I'm just a nice guy who shares every night my show. I'm looking for my Mr. President picture of Mr. President himself. Abraham Lincoln, where are you? Oh, forget it. Let's just watch the Latvian girl. She's more fun.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
Isn't that a nice selling feature? That's almost like instant supporter. Yeah. Oh, that's good coffee too, yeah. Well, apparently it didn't turn out quite the way we wanted. So creating fresh water is really the key to everlasting peace on earth. Water creates food, and food creates prosperity, and prosperity creates peace. It's a very simple formula, and it's a perfect mix because it works across all boundaries. Everyone likes the idea of water and food, no matter what country you're from. Yes, we all like food, we all like water. So let's just all appreciate the one thing or the two things that really matter. And let's herald that as the main purpose of life on Earth. Whoa, you really freaked me out, Dave. Yeah, totally. I totally agree. All right, well, let's play a little outro music here. I'm gonna give you a little taste of a little free love.
For free love.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
No, we never really wanted you to hear that, so I muted it. I do a portion of the show for the deaf. People that read words and lip readers are able to understand what I'm saying, and the rest of you who don't know sign language or lip reading don't. It's my way of thanking all of you. Many of you who are deaf don't have an idea what I'm saying. Okay, we've got a great abandoned built 1912 country school, then converted to a home and stuff left behind. The stuff that these guys out there in YouTube land pick up with their cameras and GoPro cameras is amazing. This is going to be one of those amazing tours. I can feel it. Wow. 1912.
After you've gone, let me cry. After you've gone.
Wow. Look at that. That's an antique lantern. That's an that's an that's an old picture for sure. I've always been fascinated by antiques. I really have, and part of my my belief is I'm a preservationist, and I hold on to a lot of things dear, things that many people threw away for a long time. And I've got a large collection of ephemera and paper, magazines, advertising, all original, dating back to the turn of the century. And I don't mean 2000, I mean 1900. So my goal is to actually someday have a White House library, if you will, that people can go visit and see all the great things that I have in my collection, and actually, you know, offer collectibles you could walk away with for a fair price. Things from the early 1990s, mint condition magazines I have, and I want to use that as a donation to help that library even maintain itself. Kind of a visit place that you would go to when you go to the buffet at the White House. It'd be kind of fun. You get to see the massive collection I have, and it would probably take up a large auditorium size, but we could fit it into like a big room, and it would be part of your tour. Yeah, it'd be kind of like a visual tour of time itself, because I have everything dating back 100 years, 120 years. Not everything, but little samplings of everything. If I had everything, it would take up, you know, 2 or 3 super Walmarts. The Library of Congress has none of this. They only have microfilm, ironically. Well, whatever. White, green. I live in a greenhouse right now, but maybe a white manufactured house. Yeah, there you go. I might just build my miniature white manufactured house somewhere and call it the White House. That'll be the resting place for the library. You need glass CGI? Why? Oh, you need a CGI glass guide? You would. You'd have a CGI guide telling you about things. I have a whole box of Life magazines from the 50s and 60s from my grandfather. We just saved them. Hold on to them, man. Don't let those out of your sight. Wrap them in plastic or cover the boxes. Make sure they're protected from water and heat. Seriously. Those are, believe it or not, they're going to be worth a fortune. Yeah, I used to see people throw those things away. They still do. What happens is people think they're going to sell them on eBay, and then Grandpa tries to sell them and he doesn't sell them because he wants too much, and then somebody throws them away. Well, I do want to beat Beto, but I don't just want them to know the truth about the border crisis. I want them to know the truth about Beto. Beto wrote a story of how he wanted to murder children when he was a young hacker in a hacker organization. That kind of man that should not be president. A guy who wrote a story about how he wanted to murder children. That's just it's out of my realm of comprehension. Why would he run for president? He needs to be arrested. He eats dirt. Everything about the guy is weird. No. Bottom line is that hit and run is going to dog him too. You don't leave the scene of an accident where you're 0.134 alcohol level and you're, I gotta get out of here. The guy has no scruples. Anyway, the border crisis is real. I've been talking about the 1,000-mile fence for 8 or 9, 10 years now. I came into the show in 2008 discussing this idea. It's a big part of our show. And then Trump stole the idea in 2012. So we've been doing this, He came into the show in 2012, grabbed the idea, and started talking about it in 2014. He pushed it in 2014. And that fence idea is certainly very viable, and I in no way plan on not building it. But it doesn't have to be built with $7 billion. We could build it with $1 billion total, the way we want to do it with containers. Now, Trump doesn't want to see the light because he wants people who are on the take to make money. Ironically, a Mexican company named Cemex wants in on this deal. Yeah. That's ridiculous. The container fence is a way better idea. And we have another idea to create housing and jobs at the same time. The Homestead Renewal Plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution, which will be very vital to building careers for people in solar panel installation and maintenance. As well as fixing up houses, we can create careers in carpentry. You could lay roofs, learn how to do that. You could work with the solar panel people. You could build, like carpeting, plumbings, electrical, you name it. You'll learn a trade. And the starting pay is $15 an hour to work at the Homestead Renewal Plan, fixing up houses so the government can flip them. That's a good idea. Yeah, yowza. So we need to kind of get out of our shell that we're in, you know? As a nation, we're kind of like lost in this locked in gear where we aren't getting out of gear because we're stuck with the two parties. They've plagued us with the same old for so long that we don't even know the difference. And I also support legalization, whereas many Democrats are wavering on medical legalization versus recreational. I support full legalization, recreational use, and up to 6 plants per person per year. Very similar to California's law right now. But I don't believe we should limit the THC content like California is doing. I think that's hurting a lot of sales. Okay, back to you in the chat room. I'm going to take a look at the most current news. Newt Gingrich is commenting about his Zionist puppet guy, Biden. Nice. Newt Gingrich coming at the entire subject as if anybody, you know, Newt Gingrich would support anybody, including Trump, which he did do. But now he says Joe Biden is an energetic, intelligent politician, but he can't win. Oh, okay. So Newt Gingrich really is doubling down on Donald Trump. It's kind of the same argument they had about Mitt Romney when he went up against Barack Obama. Yeah. Same kind of thing. Well, Pope Francisco cannot possibly be against weed. He needs to come around. It's already proven to be very medicinal. And you know, Pope Francis wants to become an anointed saint. You know that. If he agrees that medicinal marijuana is helpful to mankind, you know that it gets him that closer to becoming canonized. Tell him that. Give him a wink wink. Yeah. I cannot sell anything. No. None of these things are for sale. No, these are mine because they're ordained to be me. I'm not like the Catholic Church. I'm not for sale. Yeah. Newt is a lizard person? Really? The word newt is a weird name, you know. Yeah, that's the whole point of doing the show for free for 10 years without making a penny, is I'm showing people I'm not for sale. You get that, right, Pitora? More vaccine propaganda, Times of Israel fake photo update. We showed you the other day, we showed you a guy who did the Photoshop comparison and showed you the rabies victims of children were not, in fact, real pictures of rabies victims. They were actually photoshopped with stamps on their body of just these 3 or 4 little red marks. It was like stamped here, there. It was just all fake. So. I'm introducing a new concept too, the economic brake pad, pay-as-we-go plan. One thing we've learned from Trump is that we can partial shutdown of the government and not a lot changes with our society. That's a good thing, because we're going to need to do that, especially if the Democrats continue spending the way they do and the Republicans spend the way they do. I always try to save money, yeah, but I'm not for sale. Big difference. That's why I'm not for sale, because I do save money. I've been very effective at saving money over the years, more so than you'd even imagine, because I'm very careful. And it built up enough savings that I could retire at the age of 50 and not worry. I could live in the manner I'm accustomed to with my limited savings, but I'm not at all worried. More vaccine propaganda. Yep. That was the photo that was outed, this fake photo. We'll get to this later tonight. We got YouTube coming galore here. Going into our complete lineup. Okay, White House celebrates Melania Trump's birthday with a bizarre photo. I think that stands out in my mind. I still want to talk about what is going on with Melania. I feel bad for her. I think that she's being abused. I mean, I'm not going to profess to be a Melania whisperer or something like that, but I genuinely like Melania. I think she's a good person, and I think what's happening is there's a rift between she and her husband about this infidelity issue. Oh my gosh, we got the legendary Picker. Here he is. Yes. Roy, right? Yeah. Melania, she loves to be well, this is the thing. Melania doesn't deserve any type of bad treatment by her husband. And Trump may be working for free, but he makes $90 million on the hotel in D.C. So I don't consider that working for free. Let's not kid ourselves. Trump makes a lot of money on that hotel in D.C. Oh yeah, I kid you not, man. Yes, he does. 90 million he made so far. Well, we're tracking all of his conflict of interest. Just because the government doesn't want to properly adjudicate this president, and our leaders are a bunch of Mamby-Bambies, it's not surprising to me that they don't want to take down Attila the Trump. Yeah, they just want to cave into the Zionist controllers who run the government. They don't want to in any way recognize that we've got a Jabba the Hutt situation here, where a woman is not exactly feeling 100% when she feels abused, yeah, and now treated horribly by a terrible post on Twitter, all alienated, all isolated. Yeah. Remember what happened during the inauguration? It was bad. Very bad. Yeah. She felt bad. She was like, you could see it in the face. She felt dejected or something. Yeah. Remember this picture? I'm bringing it up right now. Here we go.
My prayer that God will bless you, your family. My prayer that God will bless you, your family.
Yeah, that was the look of a woman who's just been verbally abused. So, Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, it bothers me, and I don't know what he said other than F you or something like that. Yeah. I know, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. So if you don't mind, I'd like to get in and do a little therapy for you, Melania. If your husband treats you this way, the best thing you can do is find your friend, Susan, who you gave $26 million to right after Trump got $30 million. Get Susan, the party planner, to help you out and get you out of the situation somehow. Is there like a help clinic that she could go to in D.C. that would give her some assistance? Anyone? They're just not getting along. Let's face it. I mean, he hasn't apologized for having had sex with Stormy Daniels. And I'm not going to talk about it either, Dave. I'm not going to talk about it. It's none of your damn business, David. Stop it. But no, seriously, it just, something's got to happen. 26 million went to Susan. What was that about? You know, she got the 26 million. Will she help Melania out? I don't know. Yeah, this is the strangest thing. This story is something I think we should look at. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that right after Donald Trump got the $30 million from the NRA, and they don't, seriously, what happened to it? Oh my gosh. It was destroyed. Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. They knocked that site down after I brought it up. Haha, look at that. CNBC has been hosed. Wow. And here I'm talking about the 26 million that she got, or that somehow her friend Susan got. I have it on a videotape. Oh, it's finally up. Oh, great. Thank you. Trump Inaugural Committee paid 26 million to friend of First Lady Melania Trump. Yeah. So her name is Susan, or excuse me, Stephanie Winston Wolkoff. A New York party planner and friend of First Lady Melania Trump was paid $26 million by the Trump Inaugural Committee. That's what I want to know about. Mueller didn't mention it in his 448-page report. I think it's very relevant. And if you're tracking the money that's been expended, if the Democrats are looking into it, they're going to find that to be the biggest smoking gun. Now, I just don't understand why this even went down, and why our government doesn't know. Oh yeah, Roy Clark was incredibly talented. I know. Why our government doesn't know anything about it. It's like the Democrats are asleep at the switch, and now all of those Justice Democrats are like being shunned by anybody who speaks up. And if Elizabeth Warren is the only spokesperson to fight for impeachment, and Adam Schiff is bailing on it, you know that the impeachment process is about wrapped up in the Democrats. They don't even have the will to do anything. That's why their party is collapsing. The Democrats have become irrelevant in our country right now. They really have. We obviously need to have a better leadership group, and they're not the ones. So getting back to my economic brake pad, just to follow up on that, we found out that the government can shut down in a short period of time and not affect the overall functional. My chair's not, there we go. Yeah, I was a Democrat. Yeah, I'll admit that, but they are simply not aware of how to fix any problem. And one thing we learned from Trump is that you can shut the government down partially and it still functions. Aside from the Coast Guard not getting paid, which we need to fix, and the TSA not actually getting paid and not working at the borders and at our airports. So I suggest we use the Coast Guard and National Guard, pay them full out of the military budget, apart from a shutdown of the government, pay them in full to replace the TSA. What a great idea. Thank you. And we can actually put the government on a furlough, but without pay. So this could be a regular thing. Whenever we want to hit the economic brake pad, we just shut down all these fat-assed bureaucrats at NASA, at NOAA, FCC, FEC, FDA, EPA. I mean, the list goes on and on. Shut it down and let all these people have a quick vacation, not paid for by the U.S. taxpayer. Thank you, Dave. So why not? we'll grow from the little that we have learned having Trump as president. We'll grow from this experience and realize that maybe we can shut down the government periodically as long as we manage the outcome. Now, Trump didn't come up with this idea. I did. But the Democrats want to keep spending and taxing and spending, and if they do win an election, you know they're going to create another Obamacare debacle. This newest thing, Medicare for All, they anticipate $40 trillion cost to our nation. Obamacare was slated at $10 trillion over a course of 10 years or 20 years. But it's gonna definitely be in $40 trillion range if Medicare for All passes, because all these people that use that money, the clinicians, the doctors, the nurses, they get higher salaries every year. They continue to rape us whenever we get sick. They take every dollar every one of us has, and they call that a normal interest rate or a normal amount of money they should earn. The medical business itself makes 18% profit every year. And that's on average. That's been consistent for the past 10 years. That means their income increases 18% every year is what I'm saying. They make way more than 18% profit in total. They profit all over the place, but their income increases 18% every year. Okay, we're going to play a little bit of Elvis Presley for you to, you know, get you in the right mood. No, we're not. You don't like Elvis? Well, he's good. I mean, who doesn't like Elvis? I mean, Elvis is a big topic of conversation. You know, I don't want to in any way minimize the importance of Elvis. Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis Presley. Yeah, that was, this is an amazing performance of a man who actually is the caretaker. Yeah, this is the guy right here. He's the caretaker of the Graceland area. This man who's posing with what appears to be a relative of Elvis. This is ostensibly, he looks like Kenny Rogers, doesn't he? This is ostensibly Elvis Presley. Yeah. His hand trembled. You see that? That is the legendary hand signal. When Elvis went like this on his head, this guy does that too. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Let me give you some of his affectations in slow-mo. Look at how he handles his, yeah, it's not quite what I was looking for. We're just looking at him right now. Now he age projected, this is from 20, see that right there? See that? See that? That's the Elvis move. The Elvis always did this on stage. Yeah. Classic. Anyway, I ran his voice that you just heard, his Truth Keeps Marching On. I ran that through an analysis, and I brought up both his voice and the voice of Elvis Presley singing that. And it's an exact match. It is an exact match. There is no even variance of any sort. It is ostensibly Elvis Presley, based on the match of his voice. Audio pairing. Identical. Okay, so have any of you guys been to any transgender, like children's books readings at the local library lately? Nobody? What about you, Java? Did you take Baron out? No, you didn't? Okay. Well, I have never been to any one of these transgender reading stories at the kids' libraries, but I can tell you it sounds appealing. Yeah, especially if you're psychotic. Jeez. I just think the world's getting a little bit too weird. It's like we're becoming like a zombie apocalypse. And I hate to say it, but a lot of people are saying that I look a lot like this guy. And I just don't think I resemble him at all. My facial features have been altered with the benefit of a modern filter so that you can't see that my face is falling off from the radiation. That would be kind of weird if it was, you know, this guy really was irradiated, and yeah, that would be enough to freak anybody out. Oh no, we've reached the end of the show. Dun 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 dun. It had to come eventually, right? But this guy can sing like him? Really? Well, you know, let me listen in. I can't hear your... No, I can't hear it. Okay. Really, in 30 years, people need to be 18 to marry? I don't even think people will be marrying in 30 years. I think marriage is almost obsolete. I don't discredit marriage. I think the fact that you are getting married and having children, it's wonderful. But I think the entire concept of replication is soon to be obsolete. Humans will be replaced by clones or digital copies. Yeah, I'm afraid that, you know, good old-fashioned copulation is going to be out the door, and the human orgasm will be ruled out as illegal. They're going to be ending marriage, and the human orgasm will become a thing of the past. Well, the chemicals that you're drinking, and the food you're eating, and the air you're breathing, gradually will destroy your entire libido, slowly turning you into a zombie. Just telling you, an advance warning is needed. Everyone needs to know. That's why some of your greatest thinkers are potheads. Yeah. They've reserved, their final safe haven for creativity is in smoking pot and hanging out with Elon Musk. Hey, dude, want to pass that joint over to Joe Rogan? You know? It's definitely going to get weird. Oh, yeah. I'm not prophesizing less weird. I'm going to say there's going to be more weird coming our way. My father asked me before he passed away, and he died right before 9/11, so he never saw the Twin Towers go down, which I'm glad he didn't, because my dad was a true hero, and he fought for this country, and he believed we were still free and democratic. Little did he know it was going to get a lot worse. He asked me, Dave, do you think, you know, what do you think the future will be like? Because I've been through the Great Depression, he said, and it was pretty bad. And I said, Dad, I think that the future is going to probably be way worse than the Great Depression, unfortunately. I'll never forget telling him that. And I think we're headed toward that. And with eyes wide open, we're still not able to stop it because we still keep voting two parties. So they used a stock photo. Scissor Fight has shown us here. They used a stock photo of that baby for the rabies or for the measles shot. This is the stock photo they used. Look at that. And they stamped pictures of red marks all over the child. Wow. These people who are trying to fake us out are the most ridiculously hokey fakers I've ever seen. Yeah. We've got the fake photo update. Okay, we're all set. Yeah, you want to see the future, you'll have to see Soylent Green. Good point. Yeah, we are the food, right? Thanks, Rex. Charlton Heston was in a movie called Soylent Green. It was really powerful, futuristic movie. If you haven't seen it, it's one of the best futuristic movies ever made. Yeah. You got to wonder what's really happening. But we can fight it if we keep building our independence individually, building a sustainable life for our family, and do save up food storage for your family if you are in a disaster. You need something. So do everything you can to actually fix your own personal survival by stocking up on sardines and peanut butter and crackers and whatever else you like to eat. Because honestly, if there is a problem in the future, there's not a lot of interaction with the government initially. It's going to be a long time before Uncle Sam helps anybody out. Bear in mind, they're pretty incompetent as it is. If we relied on them in a serious emergency, it would be like asking for miracles to happen. Okay, we'll sign off on that one. Yes.
You don't understand.
I do understand. It is bad. All right, we will talk to you again later Monday. Yeah, I'll be back for our show on Monday. Conspiracy Monday starts at 5 p.m. Thanks for a great week. It's been fun. We'll keep it up every week. We maintain a constant flow of entertainment, news sharing, link sharing, whatever. We do it. We deliver. Thank you. Take care, everyone.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good.